Hello! Greetings. Hopefully my mics and stuff are behaving. I'm sort of not as organized or as set up as I wanted to be this morning. What I want to do today is focus on... Oh, you probably don't need to see my OBS sources. What I would like to do today is... That's way lower than I intended. Alright. Stop being so low. There we go. What I would like to do today, I'm going to get this sentence out eventually, is focus on writing. Now, I know that I'm not going to be able to do that because for me, writing is a fundamentally unfocused task, and I procrastinate a lot, and I, particularly when streaming, tend to shy away from things that involve lots of just kind of sitting back and thinking, which is a big part of writing for me, at least for the sort of writing that we're going to be looking at doing. So yeah, I'm gonna try and force myself to do it, even if it is a little bit less comfortable, I guess. But I'm sure we'll find our way out into the weeds along the way. So yeah, before we begin, I might have a bit of a quick recap of what I've been doing over the past couple of days. Because last time I streamed, I think I was working on... Let me check my notes. I think I'd done like the viewing transparency stuff, and was in the process of revamping the debug shortcuts, which are now like a little bit slow there with the shortcut. They are now dynamically generated, although the UI is dynamically generated. No, go away. So I can just hit tilde or the backtick here, and it brings up a list of like all of the defined debug shortcuts that I've got. And so I did that similar kind of like what I'd done in the menu for all of the other config options. I've created a new sort of definition list for all of the different debug shortcuts and cheats and stuff that I want to expose. That's all pushed out to a new file now, which has made other files a lot shorter than they used to be. And now instead of like a giant long if statement checking for all of these, we just have like a couple of functions here. This one loops through whatever events have been, or takes whatever event has been pressed, loops through that list that we looked at above to see if the don't do that see if the shortcut matches, and then if it does, then we check to see if the modifiers are active, if it needs modifiers, or if it doesn't need modifiers, we check to make sure they're not active. So if you're pressing like N, it won't trigger the N action if you're pressing Shift N, because that would be much less useful. So yeah, this like what used to be, I don't know, probably 100 lines of code, is now like 20-30 lines of code. No, it must have been more. Like it must have been, yeah, it's somewhere between 100 and 200 lines. And the added benefit is, of course, that now I have, I don't have to maintain this UI. Like it had gotten so out of sync with what was going on behind the scenes. You know, I really like these opaque B-wings. I'm tempted to make it the default. But yeah, I also put the shortcuts in here so that you can see what the shortcuts are. And that means that as far as people who are testing builds and checking out stuff goes, I don't need to maintain like a lot of documentation of what's going on there. It's self-documenting. Hooray! So yeah, I think I'd started to either I'd started to work on this stuff, or I'd started to talk about working on this stuff at the end of last stream. The other things that I have done include, let me just shrink this across. Yeah, so just a bunch of miscellaneous fixes. It used to be, let's run this again, and let's load the last save. I did some gardening, and I think I got something in my eye, and my sinuses are all crazy, so I'm probably gonna sneeze and stuff during stream. So when you disconnect cells from the throne, they will degrade over time. And we'll watch these; they're getting darker, and eventually they'll go poof, which is kind of fun. But we're gonna make sure that doesn't happen. What was happening previously? So what happens is I grab, I iterate through all of the mesh instances in each cell, and then sort of replace the existing material with a material that I can adjust the darkness of, to sort of give a broad idea of what's going on. And it turned out that the ordering of the mesh instances for workshops had the progress ring before the actual sort of geometry that you see here. And what was happening was, instead of making a copy of the material that has, like, you know, all the textures that you can on the objects that you can see here, it was giving everything the texture for the progress ring, and that just made it like a solid color instead of looking like it should. So I had to go through and mess around with and fix up and change how a lot of that sort of automatic material changing stuff worked. I also discovered that like these liquid storage cells are all using, or were all using, one model, because, like, who cares, right? They're the same thing. All I gotta do is just give it a different material, and it was easier for me to do that, to have one model that I change the material of, depending upon which cell it's meant to be, as opposed to having, like, separate models for each type. But the thing is, when we disconnect them, we take away the special sort of resource texture, and we fall back on the sort of texture that contains all the colors and sprite and textures and stuff for all the cells. But because they were all the same model, they all had the same UV coordinates for for the resource bit here, and I can't find a nice way of changing the UV coordinates per mesh. You can change it per material, you can set an offset per material, but what I want to do is do it per mesh, and modify the mesh's UV, but I can't find a way to do that, so I ended up making separate models and doing all the legwork to make that happen, which is kind of frustrating to me, but worth doing anyway. I also have been, and I think anyone who's in Discord will probably have seen it. Let's go frequent events. Wax Audit is a new event that I have been working on. Still need to tweak some of the text. Maybe we'll do that today, because that's part of the writing process. But I don't know. I look at this stuff and I'm like, it's so boring. Like, me tweaking the text and growing and shrinking things in an effort to make sure that commas don't spill onto the next line. You know, like, just that kind of iteration doesn't seem like it's fun. But it's part of making things, so it's something that I sort of want to document as part of the things. I could put an icon of the resource type at the bottom of the liquids. Yeah, but they go opaque when they're disconnected, because they don't have a material that's transparent anymore. So that wouldn't help. And I feel like they're different enough that it's not so big a deal. I'm happy with how they look now. It's just before they were all one color. I had to do separate models for them. But yeah, so this basically says how many cells we got, how much wax is needed for three wax per cell, and then you've got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes to make that wax, and if you don't, let's just fill in this stuff so that we can. And we'll just fill in with nurseries, I guess. we'll get a look at what kind of impact it has if you can't afford this stuff. But yeah, I've wanted this event for a while. Its role is intended to... So it's a disaster like Wasp Attack or Bear Attack or the Ninja Fruit Fly raids or whatever. It's intended to provide you with something that either makes you panic or makes you reprioritize. And if you fail to do that, then there are some consequences. But the primary purpose here for this event is to... Well, my hope is that it will encourage wax to be seen as a worthwhile and valuable resource in the mid game and late game. Because at the moment, like, once you've done all your research and once you've once you've got your hive structure, like structurally where you want it, wax doesn't become very relevant. And there's sort of not very much incentive to produce wax. So I wanted an event that was like, hey, sometimes you need big amounts of wax or bad things happen. And I feel like this is probably going to fill that role. I'm still not sure whether or not 3 wax per cell is the right balance. I think the right amount is somewhere between 2 and 3. But yeah, so I give you the choice of spending that wax or not. Like if you feel like you need that wax for some research and you want to take the risk that you know, something important will get damaged, you can just say no, and it'll blow a bunch of holes in your hive, and I love it. It's so good, right? So the other thing I wanted to do with this event was expose situations where stuff would get disconnected, and require you to sort of scramble to reconnect stuff in order to keep it alive. And so, you know, we didn't really lose much here. We lost a couple of nurseries, we lost a couple of wax storage, lost a bit of honey and pollen storage. Oh, we lost our jelly refinery. Yeah. So what it does is it grabs a line that cuts through the entire hive, punches that clear out, regardless of what's there, and then grabs the surrounding cells and damages those. So in this case, we can see here that the line went through here, and then we've got these ones on either side are still present but empty. If they had been empty to start with, they would have been blown away entirely. But I feel like it's kind of fun to have like this sort of path of like high destruction where just nothing is left, and then on the fringes of that have some things that are less. You know, still damaged but less severely affected. Because there isn't perpendicular symmetry when you have you know, when you're dealing with a hexagonal grid. So what I mean by that is, if we kind of look at this this flower of pollen here, we can have a straight line that goes this way. But if you want a line that's... excuse me, if you want to run a line 90 degrees to that, you can't. Not without, you know, making it wiggly or whatever. So when it comes time to select those adjacent cells, I can either select this, you know, if this is the line across here, I can either select everything directly up, or I can select up and left. And because the lines that are carved through are not straight, they've got a random chance to deviate by one tile in either direction. So we end up with these nice kind of jagged lines, excuse me, that are you know, a little bit more interesting than a straight line. That means that in some cases, if we're grabbing the cell directly above and our line goes like this, for example, this one here will grab that cell for us, This one here will grab that cell for us, but there's nothing that will sort of lead to us getting this cell. And so sometimes you end up with a few sort of anomalous things where it's not consistent. And then also it rips out the line and then only grabs as many adjacent cells as it can before the upper limit of how many cells can be destroyed is reached. So in this case, I think it's 20% of cells. Can I trigger a bear attack? Yeah, totally. Can just that's under special events. So in frequent events we have something furry this way comes, which is the event that triggers old Bitey to come, and then a minute and a half later, or 2 minutes, or however long it is, he appears. But if we go to special events, then bear attack itself is right here, and we can just bam, bear attack. And so I think I might sort of punch out the middle for that as well. But yeah, so I wanted to rework how a lot of cell destruction stuff works. Turns out that the negative, what's it called? I think it's worse science. Yeah, this one. This one's meant to explode the honey refinery. That was not the honey refinery. What the hell is going on? So yeah, that was meant to blow up a honey refinery and surrounding cells. I'm just gonna have to have a look at what was going on there. But anyway, that wasn't working properly. And all of that stuff was in the player script that we have here, down under destroy cells type punch. Yeah, destroy cell type punch. This one wasn't doing what it was meant to be doing, and so it's still a mess, and I want to clear it out. I created a new script that's mostly focused on selecting cells given different conditions. So there's like get cell line, which allows us to grab that kind of wavy line through the hive that we were seeing before. Is get adjacent cells, which grabs all, like you pass it a list of cells and it will grab every cell in a given direction of that. And then there's some other stuff for getting random cells or whatever, and then the cell destruction stuff is handled here as well. And so I'm in the process of refactoring all of these cell destruction things to make use of that. Like here I'm checking to see whether or not things are thrones, whether or not they're valid cells. Whereas back over here in Cell Wrangler, I've got a function called isCell, so I can now call that instead of doing those checks explicitly here. And that will clean stuff up and make. I think this is still the biggest file. Yeah, it's like 4,459 lines, which is kind of unmanageable. I can navigate it. It's not too bad, but it would be nice to make that better. No, the bear only does sort of one level of damage, but I do want to sort of punch a hole where the arm comes up through. A, because it looks better, and B, because it's kind of a bit more dramatic, right? What other things have I done over the past day or two? So we talked about wax audit. That's new. We talked about the destroy cells stuff. We talked about the reordering the meshes and stuff to avoid those problems, and creating extra stuff for liquid things. I also did a thing, I can't really show it off here in any meaningful way, but I added a launch option that allows a different URL to be checked for the latest version, just to help make testing easier. So back here in the menu where we're like, this used to be hard-coded to just version.json, but now you can provide a command line option that will do something else, and that helps me test and verify that stuff's working before it goes live. I can put a testing file with a higher version number than actually exists, and then run an older build to look at that file instead of the live one that all of the public builds look for, and that'll allow me to just double and triple check that everything's behaving, and that's pretty much it as far as stuff that I've done over the past couple of days. All of that's been... Oh, I also added... let's go back to the main menu. Maybe this is a good segue as well. So if we go New Hive, there is a new Find Your Own Fun option called Skip Disasters. And if we go over to events, I guess, we got any disasters in here? Yeah, we do. Okay, so events that have predominantly negative outcomes, I wanted to give players the option to disable if they didn't want to see those. So for example, the butterfly nectar rave one that just like makes all of your forages crap for a while. You know, I'm treating that as a disaster. But also Old Bitey and whatever else, you know. So I've just added a new property to events, which is disaster. Excuse me. And then when we're queuing up the next event, we just check to see if disasters are allowed. And so what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to extend that later on. Something that we might look at today is date-based events. Hive Time is having its 1-year anniversary of its first release next month, and it might be nice to fire an event that just sort of says, hey, you know, happy birthday, game came out on this date in 2019, and the developers would like to give you some resources. How nice. And just make that a thing that can happen if you play the game on its anniversary. But since that upsets the just general balancing of the game, I would add a Find Your Own Fun option to turn that off. So yeah, that's something that maybe we'll get to today. On my to-do list is to... Let's just start a new Hive and bring back up the event selector. What I would like to do... Let me pause this because I don't need to see a preview of my own stream. What's going on? Where are we? Yeah, so what I would like to do is we have this event called Yam Party. That's kind of fun. You know what? Let me see if this is. Give me 2 seconds. So yeah, we got this Yam Party event. It is one of the last events that we did art for. I think it went into the released version of the game, but maybe it went into like first or second patch or something. I don't know. Either way, it was very, very close to the game's release date. Oh my goodness. And in my mind, it was always going to be like more than just one thing. You know, it was going to be like a thing that comes back every now and again. You know, it's time for the Yam Party again. So I would like to extend this into a longer event. You know, this bunting here, I think I need to make it a bunch of different colors because it's kind of boring just as one color. So maybe we'll do that as well. Maybe we'll mess around a little bit with some art. I don't know. We'll see. My goodness. I don't know what I got in my eye, but it's, I don't know, I gave it a rinse this morning, and I think it's a little bit better than it was yesterday, but, geez. Yeah, so that's Yam Party. Yam Party's kind of fun. So what I want to do is kind of, I've only had a few thoughts about it, but I like the idea of next time it comes along, they're like, hey, would you like us to do this or this with the Yam Party? And so they have this kind of like branching outcomes where because these end up, you give them a bunch of pollen, and then it turns out that they're, you know, after their little festival thing, some of that pollen's been left around, and it ends up pollinating a bunch of foraging zones. So maybe the different event outcomes could let you influence what type of resources or what type of pollination is going to be used there, or what type of pollination those foraging cells are going to receive. Whereas normally you don't get any control over that; it's just random. But an event that lets you sort of tailor that a little bit could be fun. Yeah, I don't know. That was my first thought, was like let you control what happens there. I think also maybe yeah, I got a couple ideas. I'm thinking maybe you can make some decisions about where they have their thing, whether it's right at the base of the tree or whether it's a little bit further out from the tree, and that will determine how close or how far away from the hive those foraging zones are that get pollinated. And then you can also influence you know, what it is that they're actually pollinating stuff with, and that's kind of fun. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking. Did I get an interesting email just then, or a not interesting email? Well, it's interesting to me, but not interesting to you, so I won't mention it. Yeah, so that's something I'd like to work on today. I don't know if we'll do that first. Another thing that I would like to do, yeah, the game has been locking up a little bit, and as far as I can tell, and I don't know, I mean, there's nothing, I can't really intuit what's going on here. I'm going to restart Godot. I have a hunch that it's just the engine's been running for, like, yeah, so it's been running for 47 days, and I'm pretty sure I've had Godot open for that amount of time, and possibly have starved it of resources and made it get into weird states. So my hope is that that freeze there was just something weird going on with debugging, rather than an actual problem. But you know, we'll find that out eventually, I guess. For anybody who's testing or has access to test builds, using the event selector here, which you can also access from the debug HUD, won't, like, if you've got disasters disabled, it won't stop you from activating them this way, so you can still make those happen. I would like to write some more vignettes today, and I think that's what we'll start with. Those are both the easiest and the hardest for me, so yeah, we'll probably start with those and sort of do a bit, put down some ideas, work on something else, let those ideas simmer, and then come back and do a bit more, and then you know, jump back and forth. I think it's probably how it's going to work. So I mentioned date-based events. In terms of other things that aren't specifically related to writing, I was thinking that maybe I could make the notification effect size. Well, hang on. That's probably the easiest one. So this sort of effect that when a new notification comes in, it's about this big on this size. If you run the game bigger, it's still the same size, and maybe what I need to do is work out some ratio of screen height to width, and make sure that, you know, it's, because here I feel like maybe it should be twice the size in order to be eye-catching. I'm not sure. Maybe not twice the size. Maybe something else. But yeah, I'm tempted to make that effect scaled based on the window size, just to make sure that that it's noticeable, because I feel like there are probably some players out there who are you know, not so good at noticing that kind of thing. Stands out to me. I don't even need the effect for that to jump out as something that's very obvious to me. In fact, when I was working here, Miriam used to have a computer just on the other side of my desk here. I would notice out of the corner of my eye when these popped up when I was looking at my screen. But other people have less sensitive peripheral vision, and that's why there's an effect there. So I need to make sure that that's not, you know, that is doing the job that it needs to do. Yeah. So I think that's sort of like all of the stuff that I would like to accomplish today. First things first, we're gonna look at vignettes. What I would like to do on that front then is, for better or worse, I don't have all the vignettes in one file. I have them spread across a file for each cell type. Is that all? Yeah, oh yeah, I don't have anything for storage cells, because storage cells don't have like bees attached to them. Bees don't sort of work at the storage cells, they just drop stuff off, right? Whereas they do... Let's just have a quick look and make sure that I'm not missing anything, because this is something I had never really thought about. So let's build a workshop and upgrade that workshop. Oh, don't give me that. Alright, here we go. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, which is nursery, map room, workshop, and barracks. Yep, so we've got all them. That's good. We got another 4 here, which is exit, honey production, jelly production, wax production. So we got all them. That's good too. Storage cells don't have any. And then we have the throne. So yeah, that's all of them. That's fine. It just looks like a very, very small number when I see it here in the list. So I think what I'd like to start with is throne vignettes. I think what I'm gonna do is instead open up something old from back when... Oh my goodness, where is it? There it is. Too many folders. So this was using concept stuff, spreadsheets, vignettes. There we go. Hooray! All right. So this is the document that I first started putting vignettes in with. Had storage in here. I was going to write storage stuff. That's fun. So most of these are not like this is not current. This is I've since written a lot more. But in terms of having everything in one space, it was kind of nice. So what I might do, yeah. So the idea was like just to write down what could these vignettes be? What could they be about? What makes them interesting? Can I? Yeah. No, can't. It sucks. So you could resize like en masse, but I suppose it doesn't matter. Whatever. No, undo everything. Mistakes. All right. So there's like, yeah, and this is kind of the syntax that it ends up using in the actual finished ones. So let's go and have a look here. So in description, it's like queen name, feel strong today, whatever. So we've got these like stuff in you probably need to be able to actually read this in order for this stream to be useful at all. So yeah, anything in these sort of curly braces is something that the game will then substitute with something else. So in this case, this is replaced with the word queen and the icon for queens, and it's also bolded. Queen name is replaced with the current queen name. Yeah, I don't think we actually use any other sub. Oh no, we got film. Film is something that that is substituted, and let's just open the substitutions list, which is here. I'll look for film. What? No. Oh my goodness. And so that's just replaced with a bunch of things. I realized that unpollinated country is in there twice. That's kind of frustrating. I think when I did that, I was like, I can come up with another B-Trek, cool B-Trek idea, but nothing has sort of sprung to mind. Yeah. Nothing's as good as unpollinated country, right? Like I could go the wrath of wasps. Like it doesn't really work, right? I could do like the search for scapula or whatever. I think that's what it is, or skull. I don't remember now. Whatever the pocket that they stick their honey in, or their nectar. Sorry. Starts with S, but yeah, I sort of haven't really been able to come up with any other. Yeah, not like I was with Star Wars, like, you know, Empire Strikes Back, New Hive, Buzz Awakens, like those. That works, right? Like that's solid enough. And this is what this is what the process is like. There's so much internal stuff going on. So I'm like going, is there anything that sounds like insurrection? Is there anything that I could turn First Contact into? Yeah, it's like Generations kind of works in the context of the game, with the game being about generational communities, but you know, still sort of not really doing what I want. I'm like, if there's nothing that I can come up with that's as solid as Unpollinated Country, or at least as solid as any of the B-Worlds ones, then I don't really want it. Yeah, I'm just gonna take that out. And this is like, it's not a bad list, right? The chances of you seeing vignettes that have film titles mentioned in them is not super high. So you're probably only going to see 2 or 3 in a game, and there's enough there to sort of keep that feeling fresh and fun the whole way. So, and they can also be nested, right? Like in this case, we've got this one. Although I haven't tested it, I suppose as long as these are declared after in the list, because it loops through them in the order that they're written out. So yeah, as long as stuff at the bottom doesn't reference stuff at the top, we're pretty safe. Otherwise, I'd have to loop through multiple times. And, well, you know, I guess I could do that. I'm not super. Need more stuff in a trench coat is always fun. Anyway, so as far as these go, we have yeah, we only have 8 throne vignettes, and I feel like these are the ones that people notice repeating the most. So what I would like to do is come up with a few new throne vignettes. But what I wanted to do as well was have a look back through this old list, because I don't know if all of these made it in. So yeah, we got these. Queen feels strong today, but also vulnerable. We got that Be Freddie Mercury we've got, which everybody seems to hate, but makes me laugh. It was one that Miriam was very keen on. And it wrote, like, I think about in B Movie how there's like B Larry King, and it's Larry King, right? That's funny. And that's kind of where we were going with that. But I see a lot of people who are like, "Oh my goodness, that's not as funny as any of the other puns that are in the game. It's obviously terrible." I'm like, no, it's funny because it is terrible. It's funny because it's a deviation from. It's so unsubtle, and it's I find that amusing. Noisy bird out there. A lot of paperwork we've got. Except I made it a considerable amount of paperwork, I think, which becomes a Hot Fuzz quote. Queen's birthday we've got. It's good to be the queen we've got. Except it's not good to be the queen anymore. It's like the queen hears that it's good to be the king, but isn't sure if that applies because she's a queen. And then yeah, we're on to others. Okay, so there's no useful ideas kicking around in that list. Let's have another look at what's going on here and make sure that we've got good familiarity with these 8, because I would like to not double up. So there's watching the film. There is 3 stink bugs in a trench coat. Strong today, vulnerable and squishy. B Freddie Mercury. B shoulders are small. I like that one. That might be my favorite one, I think. That the hive, the weight of running the hive wears heavily on the queen's shoulders, and B shoulders are small. That's nice. I like that. Considerable amount of paperwork, queen's birthday, and good to be the king. So I suppose what I want to do now is just come up with some ideas. The one that sort of like immediately springs to mind is like drag queen, and I just don't think that there's any valuable humor there, you know? It's easy to latch on to because it's a phrase that has queen in it, but I just don't think that I can find anything funny or tactful, right? Like, if you're turning that into a joke, then you're potentially making some statements that go beyond that joke. So yeah, I just can't. If I could think of something that was appropriately funny, I'd consider it, but then it would still need to be subject to, you know, is this overtly tasteless and offensive? And yeah, I don't feel like I can come up with anything like that. So that's like, let's put a minus in front of that, because that's not going to happen. The other thing that kind of jumps to mind is drama queen, which is potentially interesting. I'm thinking maybe there might be something funny that we could do with chess, whereas, like, you know, she plays chess but she insists on making all of the pieces queens. Or maybe just really likes getting to the other end in chess so that it can turn pieces into queens, right? Like, I think that's kind of funny. Oh yeah. There's B Freddie Mercury, and that's it that we've got at the moment. And like they've got a song called Killer Queen, right? But I haven't really been able to. I'm gonna write that down. Like maybe a song reference there. So let's go, no, this is a maybe, and we'll put a definitely pile over here. I think chess, I think I can definitely do something with chess. That I'm digging. what other kind of ideas? So like when thinking about vignettes, the first step for this sort of work, right. Queen royalties. Oh, you mean like having to pay the band royalties for like for the game or something? Like that could be interesting, or for the Hive. That could be interesting. Maybe that should be like an aspiration. Where are we? Back here in substitutions, we could have an aspiration. So like aspiration isn't used very often. It's like something that a bee wants to do. I think the main one where it's used is the event where the queen leaves the hive, and it's like, why is she leaving the hive? Oh, she's leaving the hive to explore new lands or turn over a new leaf, but we don't know whether that's literal or figurative. Move to a big city, become something more, take up drag racing, smell new flowers, research stink bugs, end capitalist oppression, run for prime minister. But we could do join a queen tribute band or something. Oh no, not join, form. Maybe. I don't know, like as an idea that's kind of funny. But I feel like it's missing something. I don't know. I'm gonna rip that out. I'm gonna stick it over here as aspiration, possible aspiration to think about. Yeah. You know what, I said that, I pointed at something as being a funny joke, and I frequently say that, when the slug mobsters leave early, or leave before dawn and narrowly miss an encounter with an early bird, I've said many times that that's probably my favorite joke in the game, but, I've since found one that makes me laugh even more, which I don't know if anyone else finds it funny. Do I have a cheat for unlocking Bpedia stuff? No. I should put one in. Let's just make a new one. I have another joke that I put in that makes me laugh, but I think might be another one of those ones that other people don't find as amusing, and it's down here in the I should probably, let me just pop on my notes, hide debug hard when returning from menu, back over here under world beetles. Where's the beetles? Tell me what beetles are. These were alphabetical, but I guess they're not. Yeah, here. I was like, okay, like almost all of the beetle events in the game are musically oriented. That's kind of fun. Let's do something with that. Let's frame famous composers as beetles. So there's Johann Sebastian Bach beetle, because a Bach beetle is a type of beetle. Antonio Vivaldi, and then it's funny that Mozart's name is just Mozart's name. I don't know if other people find that funny, but I think that's hilarious that you've set up like this. You're like, haha, this is a running gag, and then there's a straight thing. I love that. That makes me laugh every time. And that's kind of similar to the B. Freddie Mercury thing in that it's a joke that relies on changing or challenging expectations for what a joke should be. But the really funny part for me is that Ewig van Beethoven, Ewigs aren't beetles, they're often mistaken for beetles. So I was like, Ewig van Beethoven is often mistaken for a beetle, but it's not. and I really dig that. That makes me laugh a lot. It's just like a slight, because it's like it's not it's not really a biology nerd thing, because it's just a misreading that people do in popular culture, or the popular consciousness is like, oh yeah, earwigs are beetles, sure, whatever. But yeah, it's like Ludwig and Earwig are are close enough that it makes for a fun pun. I think I like that. Anyway, it's enough of me talking about how much I like my own writing. Yeah. It's tricky though. Like these have got to be fairly short, so I don't have a lot of room to introduce a huge amount of world stuff, and I feel like most of them need to at least be readable without understanding whatever it is that they're referencing, because like tons of these reference stuff. We did this one as a Hot Fuzz reference with the considerable amount of paperwork, but even if you don't know that reference and you don't get that reference, it's still, it works in the within the context that the vignettes are meant to work. And so I'm trying to think about like how would I go about let's stick this down here anyway. Queen band royalties. I'm like thinking about how do you go about introducing that Queen as a band is a thing? How do you go about introducing that Queen as a band that's a thing could be related to Queens of Hives? And then how do you go about establishing that royalties are a thing, and then how the Queen feels about it? So we've got like 4 things to try and present in about 2 sentences, or 2 relatively short sentences. So I think that's one that I'm going to let simmer in the back of my mind, and if I come up with something that can do it. So this could be likes turning pieces into queens as ideas, or insists on turning every... I'm calling pawns workers. That's kind of fun. Because that's like tying back into the the roles in the game. Whereas like insists on calling pawns workers, and yeah, I don't know. I have to think about that. No, it's cool. Like this is like the thing that I wanted to convey. Like every stream that I've done has touched on some aspect of development except for writing. And I wanted to look at and talk about how I work with this, and a lot of it is just, what's an idea? Is this an idea? Stick it in the pile, and try and iterate on it. But there's so much there's a huge amount of possibility space, and there's a huge amount of dead-end ideas that I come up with and then decide aren't a good fit. So like that's totally appropriate for the kind of process we're going through. Yeah. Yeah. I also have to think about like how do I introduce that chess as a thing. I could just go when playing chess. But I think I'd need to frame it differently. So it would be like, it'd be like, queen name, enjoys playing chess. Oh, chess doesn't need a capital, I don't think. Against... Yeah, I want to do this thing with like it ticks her opponents off that she insists on calling pawns workers or whatever. But that kind of means that I have to frame that in a way where she's playing against someone who is, at least as far as the game is concerned, her equal. So it could be like queens from other hives that she plays against. Maybe. But I also like the idea of like doing things with idle idle defenders or idle workers or whatever, because like idle bees are a ooh, you know what? Yeah, this is not a queen thing. This is another thing. Yeah, there's like the idle hands of the Devil's Play thing. Idle defenders. I don't know. I'm gonna have a think about that. It's kind of charged in current climates, and defenders are particularly awkward at the moment, and in general, I suppose, because of that. But maybe that makes for an interesting vignette. I don't know. I'll have a think about that. Hey Tim, welcome. You're just in time to watch me eat some dried apple. How was your stream? I think I saw that you were working on some UI stuff. Don't know. You need to think about this queen one a bit more. Oh yeah, interesting. So do you recharge energy by just letting time pass, or do you pick up collectibles that give you more energy, or is energy just a thing that limits how many jumps you can do in a particular level? What other things could queens do? Now, I wanted like most of the queen vignettes to talk about responsibility and isolation, which most of the current ones do. Yeah, so let's just do a tea about doing a good job. Wanting to be remembered is probably a good one. Maybe some imposter syndrome stuff could be it could be interesting. And that's like tied in with uncertainty about doing a good job. I don't know if I necessarily, you know, again, these are all sort of ideas that we're gonna think about the appropriateness of, rather than things that we're like definitely committing to. I also find that like having some snacks to nibble on, well, I think helps. This is like chewing ends up releasing endorphins or something. Maybe that helps. I don't know. Maybe it's that thing from Hitchhiker's Guide where if like jaws stop moving and your brain starts working. No, it would be the opposite. You get it by getting near an antenna. Yep. Yeah, okay. One thing I had been meaning to ask is, Is the ground deadly? Can you land on the... Because I think you've got, like, that's got a different color to what the level geometry has. And I'd always assumed that it was dangerous. But maybe it's not. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think because I think the times that I'd seen it, maybe the floor was orange, and it kind of gave me a floor is lava idea. Oh, yeah. Adjust antennae to pick up better signals. I like that. That's kind of fun. I don't know if you've seen it. I don't know when the last time you played was. But the queens are now animated. And one of her animations, some of her animations are just like sitting around. Do I have a debug shortcut for playing the next queen animation? No. Alright, I'm gonna make a note on some debug options that I want to do. So his next queen animation, there was one that I mentioned before that was going to be does anybody remember what that was? Because I've totally forgotten. I think I used to have X was the fireworks cheat. Used to be my generic do whatever cheat. Oh yeah, there you go. She's cleaned her antennae. Maybe that's easier to see from above. I don't know. Why is this not scrolling in and out? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I don't remember. I should remember, but I don't. Yeah. I think this is just gonna, in general, be a couple of other things that I need to add. It's tricky, right? Because I've got a very large to-do list of things that I would like to do for the project, but the list of things that I can do for the project and the list of things that I should do for the project are not entirely inclusive of that. So, you know, I need to... There's that yawn animation, I love that. Yeah, I need to make sure that I don't get too bogged down from a couple of perspectives. One is that I'm in a slightly difficult financial situation at the moment, and I'm pretty much just living on my savings, and therefore I need to make sure that whatever I spend my time on is stuff that I, you know, is gonna... I hate to be money focused, right? But I need to try and make sure that I'm spending most of my time on stuff that's gonna support me. And based on how Hive Time has gone so far, that's not Hive Time. And that's sad, and that sucks. But if other things do bring in enough money to support me, then I would like to sort of revisit Hive Time and do the other, you know, sort of larger scale things that I have planned. And if I do that, I probably don't want to, you know, for this minor patch that I'm doing, I don't want to gobble up all of the things that would make that, you know, those future large updates noteworthy, if that makes sense. So, like, the next big update was going to bring in large scale late game mid game constructions called monuments, and they'd be like big things that you can build that cost a lot of resources, and are sort of symbols of a hive that's been around for a while and done a bunch of things. And so that's what I would anchor that update around. Its focus would be that thing. If I went and implemented monuments in this patch, for example, then I would take away the primary thing that I would be marketing that update with and reducing my ability to generate enthusiasm for it, if that makes sense. So that's kind of difficult. A premium version, no, I feel like that would be at odds with what I'm doing with the game or what I've committed to doing. Man, I'm not doing mobile stuff. Mobile's not for me. I'd rather die starving in a gutter than make money off the mobile market. Like, yeah, I just don't want to participate in that. Yeah, I don't think that a special version of Hive Time is a match for either what I've committed to doing or for how I would like to see things go. Like, if it turns out that my core audience, the people who love the game the most, are people who don't have money, then alienating them is not the right thing to do, especially if those people, like, or putting special things out of their reach is not the right thing to do, especially if they're the people who primarily signal boost my work. You know, I'm kind of, that's not where I want to be, and that's why if and when I get around to doing t-shirts, they won't have a markup on them. You know, if anybody wants to support me, then they can buy the game. Each lets you buy it multiple times. It lets you pay whatever you want. It's like the most it's effectively like a, you know, donation platform at that point. So that's probably how I would encourage, well, that is how I encourage people to support me if they want to, you know, if they want to do something special to support Hive Time, buy it again. Hooray. But, you know, when it comes to getting a t-shirt or getting, you know, a cool sticker or something, yeah, I want to make that as affordable as possible, because that's going to increase the number of people who are potentially signal boosting my work with that. Like, there's no way that I'd ever make any reasonable money off t-shirts. Nobody does, unless you're getting huge quantities manufactured, and you can start working with economies of scale. I wouldn't be. I'd be working through a print-on-demand service where they're already expensive. Yeah, I also don't know what I could do to do a premium version. I don't feel like having a premium version of Hive Time is the only way that I can make a living out of my work. I don't think that's the only way that I can be supported by my work. I think my sort of key takeaway from how Hive Time's gone so far is that I have sort of misjudged or not quite had solid expectations on a couple of things, which, you know, if I enter into a situation having better expectations, then I can navigate things in a way that will allow me to compensate for that. But primarily, having a global pandemic and global economic downturn toward a recession is gonna make people less likely to spend money on things that they don't have to spend money on. And if I were to point my finger at one thing that has probably hampered Hive Time the most, it's that. You know, I had a terrible launch and I didn't do any press outreach, but I was able to recover from that and got a reasonable amount of coverage for a little solo game. You know, I'm already more visible than most other developers who are just, you know, solo developers making niche stuff that they want to make. So I had a head start there that allowed me to promote and have access to audiences that I have you know, been able to do. Yeah, but it's not like that seems to be the case for really big scale games that already have giant marketing budgets and are things that people culturally feel like they have to play. But insofar as I've been able to see, for the majority of developers out there who aren't those 20 companies, there hasn't been the kind of boom that industry commentators seem to be talking about. I'm skeptical of those narratives because they don't seem to reflect something that's happening on a broad scale. It seems to be very concentrated on particular types of stuff. But yeah, it's like that's the thing. You don't have to pay for Hive Time, and in a time when people are a little bit more cagey with their money, then yeah. I mean all of my evidence is anecdotal, coming from people that I know and things that I've been able to observe. You know, I haven't been able to do any studies. I mean, it might be interesting to ask Leaf whether or not Itch has seen, like at a platform scale, significant changes. Maybe Steam Spy would be in a position to do some commentary on how that's looking for Valve as well. I don't know. but yeah, for smaller people who make up the bulk of the development community, and who make the bulk of the games that exist, anecdotally it just doesn't look like that's happening. Which is tricky, you know. It's tricky to navigate that in... Because if you've already got a situation where people are feeling uncertain about the future, then if there's a narrative floating around saying, by the way, games are doing really well right now, then any sense of responsibility that you might feel for supporting people is easier to rationalize not listening to, because you go, oh well, if the industry is booming, then it's not so big a deal if I don't have some spare dollars to give to someone else. You can feel like other people are picking up the slack there, and that's fine. And again, I can't really judge anybody for wanting to be careful with their money or feeling less likely or less like they want to pay for things that they don't have to pay for. But if there is a narrative out there that either directly or indirectly drives people toward doing that when they might otherwise not, then that's probably unhealthy. Maybe. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of factors at play and a lot of moving parts, and it's hard to get big picture views. But yeah, that's what my gut reading on stuff that I've come across is. And it's tricky to talk about. Like, no one wants to talk about money, right? I mean, I just wrote 13,000 words on it, and I don't even want to do that. I didn't even want to read it. Proofreading that was a nightmare. But yeah. I mean, cheers. I hope it was useful. Like, in my mind, if it helps people make more informed decisions about how they might approach pricing, marketing, and releasing their game, regardless of whether or not they do what I did, then that's valuable, you know? Because yeah, I think I managed to uncover and expose a bunch of things that are that I wasn't expecting. You know, like when I botched the launch and wasn't able to, I didn't do any press outreach, I thought that was it, you know, because that frequently is it. If you don't get coverage, you're you're not in a good space, because nobody wants to cover stuff outside of the launch window. And then, you know, I got a little bit more coverage for World B-Day, but less because, again, it's outside the launch window. It's a game that is not new anymore. It's not so exciting. It's easier to cover something that you've already covered, because you can go, oh yeah, here's this thing that we thought was important. We said was important enough to talk about 6 months ago or whatever. But if you've never covered it before, then it's kind of like, well, you know, this one already missed the boat. It's not exciting. No one cares about it. We're not gonna write about it. And so, you know, I feel like any future updates I do are probably going to get less, like progressively less and less coverage over time. And that's, you know, that's just kind of the dynamics of how things work. Well, here's the thing, right? You're never going to have 100% of your player base paying you regardless of whether or not you have a fixed price or not. There's always going to be people out there who think that they would like to pirate your game rather than pay for it. There are people who feel like playing the game is support enough. And in some ways, that's, you know, it's a valid perspective. Whether or not it's ultimately positive or ultimately negative is there's a lot of room for debate on that front. But one of the benefits of doing pay what you want with a $0 minimum was that it allowed me to not vilify or alienate people who didn't want to pay for the game. And in general, you know, I got a lot more players than I was even budgeting on. All of my budgeting was like, well, if I can convince 10% of my players to pay for the game, then that will make me sustainable. And I still think that's a reasonable thing to expect from your audience. But I didn't hit that. Yeah. It's interesting. The dynamics of it all are very, very interesting. But I think, like, you know, as an example of something that I learned along the way that I hadn't anticipated was, like, if people say that, you know, when you get coverage, if people say that your game is free, then their audiences seem to be predisposed towards not paying for something. Whereas if they frame it as pay what you want, and sort of, you know, give that whole kind of its default price is $10 thing from the outset, then those people seem to be more inclined to pay for the game. And that's like, if you were considering doing that and you knew that going in, then you could put effort into specifically reinforcing that narrative and specifically making sure that the coverage that you got was not misrepresenting your work. You know, if I had been able to do that, and I think if I hadn't botched up the launch, I would have been able to control some of those narratives through my press outreach, rather than just leave it up to whoever's writing about it. And that could have made a big difference. Maybe that could have gotten me to where I needed to be. But yeah, that kind of learning. How do you know, if you want to do these things, what are the potential pitfalls? I think that's great, great stuff to be doing. No, it's not on Steam. Steam don't offer a pay what you want option. So yeah, it's not an option, sadly. If they feel like fixing their platform and offering some pay what you want options, definitely consider it. But it's not compatible with the game's identity. No, I can't do that. The game is pay what you want. That is the game's identity. I can't put a paid version anywhere. Otherwise, I lose the ability to talk about the experience of having a pay what you want game. Valve don't let you mention, or it's part of the Steam distribution agreement that you don't mention other platforms, other distribution platforms. So it wouldn't be possible for me to tell prospective Steam users that the game is a pay what you want game. Yeah, it would completely undermine the identity of the game. Plus, like, I've got a bigger audience than I want to have. I'm not, you know, if my audience is up to 40,000 people, that's more than I am comfortable supporting as a solo developer. I would much rather focus on having a smaller audience that wants to support me than having a bigger audience. Yeah, and this is all stuff that I've already thought about and mentioned in many places. I don't know if I mentioned it in the article. I don't think... I might have. But I didn't fixate on it, because I don't think it's relevant. It's like, yeah. But yeah, I could ship the game as a free game on Steam, but that's not the game's identity, and I don't want to present it as a free game anywhere. I can't do pay what you want on Steam, so that option's not available. If I give it a fixed price on Steam, then that completely undermines the pay what you want identity that is a core part of what I'm trying to do and what I'm trying to explore and what I'm trying to talk about. So that's not an option either. I also can't... I committed to not shipping on any platforms that force automatic updates on their users. So that rules out Steam as well. And I also don't want to sell it anywhere that requires you to have an account in order to buy and download the game. So that rules out Steam as well. Yeah, I don't think a demo would fly. Because the Steam distribution agreement prevents you from mentioning other stores, so you can't... I wouldn't be able to tell people where they could get the full game. And I reckon that, because there are some things about how soon you have to have equivalent versions of the work available on Steam after you've made it available elsewhere. And I reckon that Valve would probably say, hey, you know, you've put the full game elsewhere, you have to put the full game here. That's part of the agreement. I'm pretty sure that's how it would shake out. The Humble widget is an option. As far as I'm aware, the Humble store does not offer pay what you want options. Which is kind of frustrating. But yeah, if they do, then I'll, you know, definitely open to trying that. But the main thing to remember is that the default experience for a developer on Steam is to sell maybe a couple hundred copies and then disappear into obscurity, right? There are so many games that don't sell any copies that just being on Steam is no kind of guarantee of income. It used to be the case of that used to be the case maybe 10 years ago. 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, it had kind of gone. Well, it's not that little devs are doomed. It's that little devs have to do basically the same amount of marketing and the same amount of work in promoting and raising the visibility of their game in order to be successful on Steam as they would to be successful anywhere else. And so I don't think that I would have had a What are you doing? Be nice. What are you doing? Look at this, he's doing the horny dance. Don't do the horny dance. There it is. What are you doing? I startled them. They're not very confident. There's one that knows how to get onto the feeder really easily. It just hops onto the side and then slides down. But most of them end up walking back and forth across the top until they slide off on the left or on the right side like this. And then have a lot of panic and uncertainty about whether or not they're yep. Yeah. Silly birds. Yeah, I don't think that small developers are doomed specifically. I just think that there are no easy roads to financial stability. Here we go. Nice work. Do you see that? I did the sort of like hop onto the curved bit and then slide down maneuver. I like that one took a big dump here on the feeder. That's wonderful. I have to clean that off soon when I get time. But yeah, it was important to me that I write about what it's like to do things as a solo developer. I could have partnered with a publisher. I could have engaged a marketing organization. I could have paid for advertising myself. I could have paid for streamers to pay my game. There's lots of stuff that I could have done. But the thing about Hive Time as well is that it's a game I made with no budget, and I wanted to keep it that way. I made a concession for the soundtrack, and the soundtrack's really the only thing that I paid for at all. And I feel good about that. You know, like it added a lot, and it was an opportunity to collaborate with someone that I think does good work and who did good work that was very appropriate for the game. But yeah, bringing on a bunch of external companies was not really in line with the kind of project I wanted to make, or the kind of project that I wanted to write about. You know, I wanted to write about how does a small solo developer navigate these things. And yeah, like that example of looking at coverage and saying, well, hey, it turns out that the way that people talk about your game frames whether or not they're likely, or seems to correlate strongly with whether or not their audiences are likely to pay for a game. Knowing that ahead of time would definitely let you make some better decisions and prioritize some things in a way that allows you to pursue better results. But I feel like that's something that I hadn't thought about before. That's something that a lot of journalists, other journalists, have told me that they hadn't thought about before. So I kind of feel that if I didn't talk about that, then that knowledge would be a lot less visible and a lot less present. So I feel like I've managed to bring something of value beyond my personal, any personal benefits I get. I've brought something that's valuable to the culture of game making, and that's really worthwhile and important to me. Yeah, well, see, here's the thing: if I had another 2 games that were selling as well as Hive Time, then I would 100% be sustainable. I would be able to live off. Well, I wouldn't be able to pay myself minimum wage, but I can live on less than that. So it all depends upon what you want out of it and how you want to get stuff out of it. I think if I had have given Hive Time a minimum price, I probably would have made more money in general. I reckon I would have had significantly less players. But I think I would have made more money. So like instead of it's at like 50,000 downloads at the moment. I think at just a guess based on other stuff that I've looked at. Because I don't have another one of my own games that is on the similar scale to Hive Time that I can compare it to. But looking at other stuff, my gut impression is that I probably would have maybe maybe 2,000 to 5,000 copies. I reckon. If I was able to get the same kind of coverage, then yeah, maybe 2,000 to 5,000 copies. Which, you know, is above what my that's above what my estimations were. I think you could make it sustainable. But yeah, it's difficult to every game has its own release context. Right. I'm saying that if I had a fixed price, the situation would be different. So it's not about whether or not it's on itch. That's about whether or not it's got a fixed price. But yeah, there's a difference between the amount that I said that I needed in order to pay myself minimum wage is what the article is focused on. But the amount that I need in order to just survive and be sustainable in terms of being able to pay my bills, buy food, have electricity, is much less than that. But I think that the minimum wage is a good thing to talk about and a good thing to frame these kinds of discussions around, because that's the minimum that you could justifiably pay someone else to do your work. And I don't think it makes sense to put together or promote narratives that fixate on not paying yourself at all. Yeah. If that makes sense. That's fine. Anyway. Oh, hey. I just had Peter send me a message. We talked about the Yam Party event earlier. I'm going to bring it back up. This might be a good time to switch gears. So let's go and have a look at... I think Yam Party's in this one. Yeah, there's our Yam Party. Let's make a new hive. Skip some tutorials. I'm going to fire the Yam Party event. And I'm going to pause this. There we go. And as part of this patch, we've been talking about what am I saying? We've been talking about adding some music, some specific music for this event. And Peter's just said he doesn't mind if I show it off during the stream, so we get to have a listen. So it ends kind of abruptly because it's not finished. I'm not sure how much it's likely to change, but I kind of like the sort of general feel, especially after it picks up a little bit of pace and the violin comes in, or fiddle comes in. It's got a cool feel to it, so it's kind of fun. Let's have another listen. There's a nice sense of there's this nice sense of like when you're playing music informally with a bunch of other musicians, and it's kind of casual. Sometimes one person, like, people will just kind of idly play stuff. At least in my experience, people will sort of idly play stuff, and then if you play something that other people are kind of into, then they'll join in, and there's this kind of sense of one person starts it, and then other people kind of accumulate around the musical idea that's being played with, and then it grows into something fun. Either that's improvisational, or as like a jam session, as you're saying there, Tim, or it's like someone plays a riff from a song that everyone else knows, and then everyone else is like, oh yeah, that's kind of fun, we'll join in. That opening that we've got at the moment in that track sort of really conveys that sense to me, and I kind of dig that. I think it's a bit of fun. This guy's scarf is amazing. Look at that. Very silly. At one point they were all wearing like plaid flannelette shirts. But they were less identifiable as Beatles. Good times. So yeah, that's a peek at where that is. So yeah, what I want to do as well, let's make a new document to say Yam Party. Excuse me. And this is like and then Yam Party 2. Let's say this is about Yam Party 3 is like what type of resource? Maybe. But I think this should be about like building infrastructure, maybe. I don't know how much work we'll do on this, because there's like, in terms of tracking, like, this stuff is easy, but tracking what type of resource, I mean, there are a couple ways I could do things. I could, let's just put the background music back on. I could make it so that I have a different effect from each event, and then each effect spawns a different variant of of the subsequent events. So there would be like this one would then lead into like there'd be a 3A and a 3B, and then there would be a 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D. And so this would be close, and this would be far, and this one would be close, and this one would be far, and this would be close, this one would be far, so this would be resource A, this would be resource B, resource A, resource B, and then if I wanted to write more events, that would split into 8, and then 16, and so forth. So what I think I would rather do is implement something that I've been talking about, or not talking about, I haven't mentioned it at all, but thinking about, which is a set of just flags that events can set or unset, and maybe even some values to go along with them. I don't know. So in that case, that would consolidate this down to 1, and the effect would check the flag, and the flag would be like yam party close, or it would be yam party far, or maybe it would just be yam party close, and that would be true or false. And then that would then pull this down into pull that down into one event, and then we could pull all this down into one event, and we would have a second thing, which is yam party resource, and there would be A or B or whatever. And then we would just have one event that did that. And I think that's what I'll do, because I want to do this kind of stuff. I want to do this kind of stuff longer term anyway, so that I can make more complex event chains later on. If I get to do any of those other big updates, I would like to have some more stuff. And it also means that I could do things like we could go slug mobsters saved, or slug monsters betrayed, and then other events can respond to that. So, you know, maybe there's something else that involves some wasps or something, and they, you know, if you've already had the slug mobsters events and you handed over the slug mobsters, then maybe the wasps would be more likely to be nice to you or whatever. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, Tim. It's always nice to see you. So yeah, I like the idea of allowing other events to reference previous events if you've experienced those. I don't think I'll use that a lot in the existing event set, but I like the idea of being able to make new events that make use of that. And then also some of that stuff might tie into to how monuments work as well. So yeah, what I think I might do is yeah. So I like the idea of going how far from the hive is a good one, because if it's close to the hive, then well, I haven't implemented it yet, but I eventually will probably implement a thing where foraging zones that are closer to the hive get visited, or like the foragers can return from those faster. And I kind of like the idea of that, being traded off against the idea of there are more foraging zones the further out from the hive that you go. There's only 6 that immediately surround the hive. You move 1 step out and that number is a lot more. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Let's see. Mathematically, I could probably work it out. It's gonna be like, I want to say it's gonna be like 24. But I'm not sure. Well, hang on, no. If you start your initial hive with 19, maybe it's 11. Yeah, it must be 11. Yeah. So yeah, the difference between 6 and 11 available zones means that potentially you can have a lot more foraging zones present if you choose to have it further away from the hive. But maybe that might have some other benefits or not benefits, benefits or detriments. Like at the moment, Yam Party's just, do you want to spend some pollen? And in my mind, that's about kicking off this this thing. So that's the other thing. If not, remove from pool. So yeah, I'd like to make it so that if you choose to not participate, then it'll never come up again. So it's like a once only option, I think. And I can do that by just making this not repeatable, and that's something I can do right now. So don't repeat becomes true, and then that's dealt with. I didn't make it true before because we were ending up in a situation, or like I didn't have any follow-up Yam Party events. So what I think... Yeah, this is interesting. So I'm just trying to think about how I want to allow looping, and what I want to do in these places. So like, I guess what I want to do is I want to have, so this is like 20 pollen. Right? So I feel like I want to have a consistent pollen cost. And so I can have some variance where you don't have enough pollen. And just say like the event happened again, but it wasn't as big as last year or something. And then that's the thing, like, should we have more pollen or require more pollen? Less pollen? I don't know. But that's tricky, right? Because I'm not giving you a... I'm not giving you warning. So I'm not giving you the opportunity to generate that pollen. Maybe I should. I don't know. Let's just keep the 20 pollen cost for all of them. I don't know. No, it's going to go up. So let's go 20, 40, 60, 80. And so when you get to the end of the chain, every time that comes up, it's going to want 80 pollen spare. And maybe that's an incentive for you to use reserves. And I'll make it so that it, has the opportunity to do that. So this is going to be, where are we? Back to events. We've got Yam decorations is the outcome here. And then here we want to do Yam decorations 2. or if not enough pollen, yam decorations small 2. I think this is going to be how it ends up working. 3. And then this one is 4. And then this triggers 4, triggers 3, triggers 2, triggers 4. Ah. So this idea of like once you get into the loop, it'll repeat. So if you don't have enough pollen to do it, it'll just fire this one again. But there won't be, because you haven't contributed any pollen, there won't be enough activity at the yam party to pollinate any foraging zones. I think that's how it's going to work. So I will. I don't normally write things out like this. I'm doing that to hopefully make it a little bit clearer what I'm doing or what I've got in mind. But I might even go one step further. Let's give this a nice dark green thing, and well, that's real big. Let's just shrink that on down to like 12. Ooh. Let's just do that, and let's also make that white. That's brilliant. Let's make that even more brilliant. Okay, so we've got Yam Party 1, Yam Party 2. Let's make that centered. What am I doing? Two, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Yep. And so I'll do a little flowcharty thing to hopefully make more sense of this. Let's use the connector tool. Let's give those a big arrow on the end. Twink. Nice. And then I can't remember whether the connector tool lets me... It does. Cool. This is not so helpful. Wow, wrong button. All right. This is how you don't do this. This is the very slow and not very convenient way of doing things. But it's fine. What happened there? What are you doing? That is bizarre. Alright, what is this? That's a node. Shoot. It's got some like, alright, let's not do that and say we did. Oh my goodness. So out, down, round, up. There we go. There are tools you can use that make it really easy to do this. But I'm lazy and not using them. Okay. So this does not go there. It just goes. Oh hi. Yoink. Well, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so this is give pollen here. Let's put these on these sides to make that no pollen. Yoink. Oh, maybe that other one sort of got a bit weirded out. So this is just give 20. Oh my goodness. Let's make that this way. And this one. And this one. So this is what I see in my mind. Ooh. Polten, that's what we want. So what I want to do here is just path reverse. There we go. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. The idea is that whether or not we progress through the chain is all dependent upon whether or not we have enough pollen. After the, if we have, so this one is more of a choice. I could probably have represented this differently. This is what happens if you just don't have enough pollen available, otherwise it's automatically spent. So with that in mind, in order to progress, you have to have the pollen. At each step, you're making choices. So this one is about near or far. So this is give or not. This one is pollen or nectar, maybe is the choice. And then for the last one, maybe you just get no choices, and it's if you've got enough pollen, then you get the cumulative value of everything that's already happened. So no choice. Yeah, so that's kind of what's going on. And we can get rid of that. Why is that still there? We said no to end markers, didn't we? No. Oh my goodness. What is this? Go away. Anyway, we don't want stroke here. It's just a fill. And that can be blue, I suppose, and it can be like very pale. Oh my goodness, why have we got end markers here? I don't understand. Let's just work with these ones. Anyway, what I was trying to do was break this down. There we go. Nice. So yeah, I wanted to break this down in a way that kind of did a good job of explaining what the flow is going to be, because this is what it all looks like in my brain. So when it comes time to actually looking at this in the code, we've got something that we can kind of fall back on that hopefully helps you understand what's going on in my head. Yeah, okay. I think that works. It's good. This one we don't need to track any internal variables for, but these two we do. And other than that, it's fine. The only things we need to do are to remember to write the no pollen variants. And that's fairly straightforward. So I guess the first thing is, let's think about how we're going to do this. So, what do I want to call this? I don't really want to call this flags, because that's what I called like the is this event a disaster thing. I could call it a I could call it a let's just like internally, I'm just going to call it inventory. And I think, goodness. So it's like, I want to make it so that I can use it for lots of different types of things. Yeah, so I'm going to make it a dictionary, which means it's going to end up with like yam party close as true or false, and I can check that. And that allows me to check for three things. So I can check whether or not yam party exists. Well, I don't know. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll do that. So now down in down here, I want to do, if we can afford, where is the best place to put this? Yeah, I guess at the end is fine. Wait, what? Why is this here? Why is that there at all? That should not be there. So if event condition true. Well, hang on. Let's start with not event condition. Event inventory. Oh, let's go. Item exists. So we're going to consider them like inventory items. If event inventory. Item exists. No, we're going to make that for item in if item in no, I don't need that. That's fine. So if it's not in there, return false. So all of these checks are looking for falsehoods. The idea is that we loop through all of the possible checks, and if any of them aren't met, then we bail. So we can check if an item exists. What else do we want to check? Yeah, okay. Value equals. This one's going to be tricky. Okay, so we check to see if the item is in the current inventory. That's good. Current event inventory item if equals item. And I think that's what we want to do. So again, we're checking for falseness. I mean, at the moment, we're probably not going to use these at all, but I want to have them in there. These as conditions. It's effects that. You know, rather than being true or false, I guess I can just put a string value because then I can use that as part of event substitutions and stuff. Yeah, let's enjoy that and hope that those substitutions don't collide with anything else. All right. I think those two are fine for now. I might later want something like item value is less than, greater than, equal to, not equal to, you know, like as options. But it's effects that we want to yeah, so it's effects that we want to do. Looks like the question is, how do we want to manage this? I haven't thought this through enough. So ideally I want to do all of this entirely in the effect. So let's bring our effects over here. So we've got yam decorations here. And it's going to have a follow-up of yam party 2. Yam party 2. Small 2. Yeah. So this is if you don't have enough pollen for the Yam Party 2 event, it will show the Yam Party 2 event again at some point later. So we can actually sort of 3, 4. So all of these small ones are fine. We can do all of those, no worries. What we want to do though is work out yam decorations 2, which will have a follow-up of yam party 3. We said that it was going to cost 40. So we want to be able to do pollinate close and pollinate far, and we'll make the far one pollinate more. Oh yeah, we also want like give, right? So the question is, do I want to do this as 2, or as 1 effect or 2 effects? 1 effect will be more complicated. 2 effects will be more simple, but a little bit more cluttered. This is yam party close. Yeah, let's do it as 1. So we're gonna do it like this. This is gonna give yam party far, but we're gonna do like do if, and that's gonna be. So I'm just kind of making this up as I go. I don't have any kind of strong way of doing things. So we can check the condition, right? Is it condition or conditions? Conditions. And if the conditions are true, then we do it. And I think that works enough, right? So this is maybe we do need. I think we do need 2. We'll still do this. But this will be in 3, not 2. I think. I should probably make it so that I can also nest effects. That's kind of fun. So I could go like include a different effect and it will apply all of the stuff of that effect, but not do the icon or whatever. I don't think I want to do that now though. Although maybe I do. Maybe I do. So yeah, so let's not do this just yet. Let's save that for Yam Party 3 or Yam Decorations 3. So that's not gonna have this. It's gonna have that, which is like 2A. And so we're just going to pull those out, stick those out here. This is going to be 2B. And these are going to replace these. Okay, so 2A and 2B both cost 40. They do slightly different things here. They give different stuff. Alright, so give needs to be addict, and that's going to be true. And that's going to be true as well. Yeah, and that way we just check for explicit values, whatever, or check for the existence of values. We'll just treat everything as booleans by default. That's going to use the smallest memory footprint in general, I guess. So yam decorations 3 is going to cost 60. Well, we're going to have a 3A and a 3B as well. You know, maybe I do want to do an includes. Yeah, alright. Let's grab all of this. And this. And that's fine. So I'm going to do yam decorations 3 common. Let's put a closing quote there. And that's going to have all this stuff. This is going to be item exists. Yam party close. It just takes an array, right? That's going to be a dictionary. That's going to be yam party far. Alright, so this is going to be includes, let's be yam decorations 3 common. There's a blackbird out there. I don't know if we can see it. Can we see it? Yeah, we can see it. This one knows how to get up onto the feeder. I don't know if it will. We'll see. It's busy digging around. The way that they sit with their wings like this. Oh, I think I scared it away. No? Whoop. Ooh, hello. Let's not do that. Alright, so we're also going to have a 3B. And that's going to include that as well. But it's going to give... I'll have to double check something, but I think I know how I want to handle this. So we go 3A and a 3B. It's going to give yam party. What did we say back here? Oh, we just said A and B. Go us. So it's going to be like pollen or nectar, right? That's what we're going to make players choose from. Pollen. This pollen speciality. I think we just go yam party pollen and yam party nectar is fine. Party nectar. But we're going to give that first. This is where it gets fun. Oh, shit. Alright. Yeah, we're going to need a bunch of do-ifs here, I think. I don't know if I want to allow nesting of these. I think... I automatically have nesting. I automatically have nesting. Let's have nesting. That's wonderful. Go me. So I mean, it's still awkward, right? So this becomes do if EM party pollen. So this is close, right? Yeah. Wow. We just like made the possible complexity of this stuff huge. And then nectar. So these are going to be nectars or hybrids. I think I allow that. So let's go back to foraging. I think this is where we do it. Oh, hang on. We'll just go back to... Excuse me. So we've got pollinate and pollinate close. Type strings. Type list. Both. Get resource type from string away. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Get resource type. Resource type. Do we have a hybrid? We do have a both. I just okay, yeah, no, so both is fine. So if the size is type strings is yeah, okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. We can work with that. So this is going to be both then. Both. let me just triple check that we can total resources. Here we go. So there's any, both. Yeah, okay, good. So this becomes pollen in both, and this becomes nectar in both. Sweet. So now we just do the same thing again, except this is going to be pollinate far. And then we're going to stick 6 instead of 4. So if you do the far one, you're going to get more more stuff. Okay. So 3A and 3B are like small, and then this is big. So the main thing I need to do is just make sure that I'm giving this first. I guess I could think about, do I want to yeah, why not? So this now goes up here. this now goes up here, and these come out. We're going to have includes yam party. Oh, decorations to common, because I think I may have written the wrong thing there. So this is yam decorations to common. And so it's normal for me to like write stuff like this out and then later go and write the code to make it work. So this includes yam decorations to common. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I was worried for a moment that I might have written it wrong. So we want to do if here. We need both, so let's just put a comma there. And this one's going to be far, and that's fine. This one's going to be close. We're just going to make that 4. Close. Alright, that's better. So now we can yoink out all of that. Oh, still need the include statement. Alright. So yeah, that just reduces a little bit of not much. It's probably longer, but hopefully it's going to be simpler. So yeah, 3A, 3B, we've got the 3 common, and then we got 4, and 4 is going to be big. We've done all the loopy ones, so that's cool. So here we go. Let's also go for item exists. Item not exists, because I think we're going to want that just to make sure that the first one can't trigger again, because repeatable events come back when you move to a new hive. Well, yeah, and like I don't want if you already got these guys doing their thing, I would like them to. I'd like the first one to not repeat. Yeah, okay, so this is 4. And it doesn't need to include anything, and it doesn't need to give anything. It just needs to do all of this nonsense. Well, yeah. Damn it. Because what I can just do here is includes yam decorations 3 common. You know what? I'm going to make this easier for myself, but kind of potentially less clear. There we go. Yeah, so we end up doing all the same things again, and we queue up yam for party 4 again. Which allows us to, you know, have the cool outcomes and everything. Look at that. So, so we've got pollinate close. I don't think we have pollinate far. Yeah, we don't. Get out of here. So candidate zones equals right. This is way longer than it needs to be. But because I'm lazy, I'm just gonna copy and paste it and do the same thing for far. Should this be far? I think we should just call it mid, and it'll be the 2 rows around. And I'm going to replace all the other things because I might want events later that pollinate like the very outer edge. So someone's cooking potatoes, I think. I think I might make myself some soup later. So what I want to do is find pollinate far. Yeah. Excuse me. Replace all of those with pollinate mid. That's better. So pollinate mid, pollinate mid, pollinate mid, pollinate mid. That's fine. But instead, okay, so this is close zones. Candidate zones equals array, because it's going to be an array. As for zone in close zones, for adjacent zone in zone.connections, if adjacent zone is not in close zones, candidate zones dot push back adjacent zone. Alright, so that gives us the, not the ones immediately adjacent to the throne, but the ones adjacent to that. But I also kind of want the ones outside of that. And it's like, this is a question becomes now, should I just walk around the, that's got 11 zones in it. That's enough. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, so changing this, that's enough to do that. Later on I'll come back and I'll yeah, well. Later on I'll come back and I'll consolidate this and make it shorter, because like most, like if the only difference is these lines and that there, then then yeah, I should be able to make it a little bit easier to or reduce the repetition and externalize some stuff. So I wouldn't mind also back in the cell wrangler that we talked about before, just like get random cell of type. Would be the best way to go. Yeah. All right. So that's in terms of stuff that we need to do. That's pollinate mid is done. That's cool. I'm gonna leave myself a to do actually. Get 2 rings of cells, maybe. Because then that means that like close ones is just that 6. Mid ones is like 2 rings, and then far is everything outside that. I think would be the right way to go about it. And this is not particularly efficient code, but since it only happens the moment that you click an option for a like select an event or close an event, it's at a point where the game is paused anyway, so it doesn't really make any difference. Oh, I can also show. Remember, I was talking before about how I was what am I saying? Yeah, I wanted to create this thing with the wax sorted event where it was like putting interesting lines through the hive and disconnecting stuff. And this is one of those experiments. So it never destroys the throne. It passes through obstacles as well, and doesn't destroy those. Yeah, so this was completely filled. And then that event kind of blew away all of this. Here's another one where I wasn't doing the sort of adjacent damage. I was just punching out that those lines. What do those lines end up looking like? And it's fun. Like, that's cool. At the moment, this top right section is the only bit that's connected. The rest of them are not connected to the throne at all. This one was a bit weird. I was destroying things multiple times and putting things in the wrong order and stuff, and it was not creating the patterns that I wanted, or it was running out of cells that it could destroy faster than I was comfortable with. Yeah, this is back before as well when it was doing weird stuff, but this is when I started to get it right. And so sometimes you end up in situations where it's not a big deal. It's only like taking just a small bit from you. But sometimes you end up in interesting situations where, like this one, where it's, you've got a lot of things to reconnect, as opposed to just 1 or 2. So in this one, there's like a couple of orphaned bits here that'll be hard to get to, but in general, connecting back up this area is only costing, 3 cells at most. This is going to cost 3 cells at most to get that area back. You're going to need to do 4 or 5 to get here, and then yeah, same again for these bottom ones. But yeah, so you're not guaranteed to get something awful. In general, it's going to be hit and miss. But I just really like the idea of exposing some of these disconnection opportunities a bit more, inviting players to respond a bit more, and that's fun. Oh, nice. 70 FPS, a game jam that I've been peripherally involved with for a while, and for the game jam that I started Winter's Wake for, is happening next month, and has 999 people saying that they're going to participate, which is exciting. There was something that I was going to say about this, but I don't remember what it was. So yeah, I've left myself a to-do, that's fine. So we've done that. We've got item exists, that's fine. Yeah. We probably also want to come back here and say conditions here. item not exists, and that's gonna be yam party close or yam party far. Right? I think that gets us in the clear. Maybe we should just do yam party started. Because once you got this party started, that's it. And then just here we can go gives yam party started. Sweet. Oh, it's give or gives. It's a give. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, and that should be true. Okay. Yeah, it's cool. And that way you don't potentially end up getting the first yam party event, queuing up the second yam party event, and then starting a new hive before the second one starts, and then getting this again and putting a second yam party 2 in the queue. I'm going to step away for a second, stretch my legs and stuff. I suggest you do the same. Have something to eat, have something to drink. I'll be back. Ooh. I'm back. Alright. Let's get rid of that. Just check and make sure that nothing important is going on. Alright. So where were we? We now have pollinate close, we have pollinate far. I don't think we have give. So I suppose let's do give first. Let's always do give first. And that way we'll yeah, here. If whoa give in effects list effect and so give can like override whatever's in there. So it's event inventory. Yeah, so we need to do for item in item equals item, no item, there we go. All right, so it's effects list, there we go. Alright, so give is in there now. And of course none of this is tested. I'm sure that first time we run it it's gonna be this is gonna be different. Alright, what are these guys doing? Trying to work it out. You can do it. You can do it. You've done it before. I don't think they're gonna work it out. You got this. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Oh, that's it. That's it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Do it. Ah, dear. They're not very smart birds. Alright. Where were we? So we've got pollinate close and pollinate far. That's fine. We've got give and we've got item exists. That's fine. The last thing that we need to do in order to make all of this work is do our do if. So I think I think we should always do if last, and that way all of the preceding stuff should be calculated already. So let's zip on down. Damage cells by shortfall. Yeah, this needs cleaning up as well, even though this is a new one. I wrote a poor one, but it's fine. Cells multiplier. Roll death multiplier. Roll death. Roll swap. New bees. Pollinate. Pollinate close. Pollinate mid. Visual effect. Yeah, alright. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. Oh, they made it. Well, one of them made it. I was not watching. I assume it flew up from the ground. You watch. The other one's going to jump down now. Oh, look at you go. Hey, nice work, guys. Oh, you got a corn there. I don't know how visible that is on camera. They seem very happy when they get corn. Oh. Nom nom nom. Yeah, you can tell they kind of favour it. And they'll eat whatever's there, but they seem to go for the corn. Alright. The sparrow's like, hey, can I eat here? Can I eat some too? Are you looking at me? What are you doing, you idiot? Ah, delicious. What was that all about? Get another corn there. Dear. Alright. Alright, so now we're going to do in effects list effect. Get out of here. Is that what it is? It's effects list effect. Okay. I kind of want to do this before the visual effects, just because that makes me a happy yabby. So I'm going to do that instead. Right. So let me think about this some more. Right. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to say item in do if, well, you know what, I'm going to do this differently. If conditions in this mess, then if check event conditions I don't even know why I'm putting in event name there. Oh, okay, that's just for prints and stuff. Oh, excuse me. Told you I was gonna sneeze. The sparrow's completely unfazed. Oh dear. Alright. Yeah, so we're just printing event name for debug purposes. We're not actually using a name. Alright, that makes more sense. Oh, that's not what I want to do. And let's pass in... Let's pass in this. Let's just pass in effect plus do if. Yeah, all right, that'll do. That's fine. That's fine. So what I now need to do, calculate efficiencies. Da 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 da. Wow, is that? Goodness, are we not? Wow, all right. Jeez, all right. I just gonna leave myself a to do. No, this is a fix me. Why aren't other roles represented here? Jeez. So what I think I need to do now is just call this same function again, which is like, what is this? This is apply effect. Yeah, apply effect. Nope, not that. And we're going to send this in and also use the event icon. Is it just icon? I think it's just icon. Let's still check. So when we build an activity here, it is effect icon. What is that? Okay, there it is, yeah. And that's it, right? So that's going to call this same function that we're already in. Do all this stuff. Oh, it's going to have a duration. Well, that... Oh, right. Fruit. So what I want to do, if effect in effects list, this is this depth. So yeah, right. Past me, what were you thinking? This is fine, we can still work around this, but it's a big crotch punch. Shoot. So the situation we're in is that I normally just pass this function a string, right? And that's effect, and then we use that as the index into effects list. But what I want to do now is to do all of this same stuff with a dictionary that contains the kind of information that effects list does. Which I think I can... Excuse me. Okay, I can fix this, right? It's really easy to, at the very top, yeah. So what we need to do is... or effect equals an empty dictionary. That's fine. So we're going to do var effect name equals if effect is type string. No, if it's a string. No, string. Okay, that's green. Then effect name equals effect, and effect equals effects effect name, right? So we're saying if it's a string, then we do this. Elif effect is a dictionary, then we're good. Else unknown effect passed in to apply, well, unable to apply unknown effect. Bad effect data. This is, sorry, just bad effect data, and then we'll just print that. Yeah, effects list. But we do need to go effect name equals anonymous. Effect data. All right. So now we want to find this, and we just want to replace it with effect. There we go. Okay. Oh my goodness. This is terrifying. I mean, it's a small change. You know what? I'm going to undo this. And I'm going to make a commit so that this is really easy to undo if needed. Okay. Save that. You can watch me write my commit message as well. Initial work on Yam Party event chain and additional conditions / effects. So we have added effects for entire Yam Party chain. Events are missing. That's fine. So we've added pollinate mid effect, added give effect, added item exists and item not exists and item equals. Conditions. Added do if effect. Requires apply effect to work on a dict. Be able to work on a dict. What else do we do? I don't think we did anything else because, like, that's it. Okay. Updated Yam Party to not repeat. Oh my goodness. Conditions. Initial. To require Yam Party started not exist. Removed duplicate film name. Oh my goodness. I'm actually gonna have to make note of that in my other notes, because once I commit this, I'll forget about it. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we did, oh, it's item value equals. There we go. Hello. This is an automated credit card scam thing. So we've done initial work. Oh, hang on. Updated apply effect to get dict based on string effect name. Still requires all. It's just not fully implemented. We've got a trailing tab there. It's not a good look. conditions, effect. Hang on, I already mentioned those. Oh. I didn't mean to delete them. Let's keep them, they're cool. Why were they over there? That's bizarre. Yeah, so down here. And I guess I'm pulling it mid. And they'll be about clearing foraging zones. I don't have any events that that need to do that yet, though. Where are we? And then we got do if. And that's it. All right. Let's commit this then. Oh no. Git commit dash amend. Nope. 1M. A. Is it Control D? No. What's the let's just delete. No, we can't delete an empty line. There we go. Shift Z. There we go, git push. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Oh my goodness. So I also need to go through and look for like times that I should do this first, right? Like I need to look for just effect being used, because if we're using the effect name for anything, I need to also make sure that that's yeah. And this is a good example of why this kind of code is not super maintainable, because these kind of changes are just huge. Okay. Yeah, so we're looking for any occurrences of effect like that. Or like this. So these all need to be effect name. No, that's fine. We're passing the entire thing in there. That's fine. So this is going to be effect name, effect name, effect name, effect name, effect name. And we're gonna change this. This isn't gonna be here anymore. And we're gonna return without trying to even apply that stuff. Where were we? That one equals effect name. Oh, excuse me. In general, though, I don't think we are. Oh my goodness. What am I doing? Well, let's just queen effect. Oh my goodness. Effect. Queen effect. Queen effect. So I'd shadowed effect there, right? Let's go with queen effect. effect already present, just to make it setting queen effect. Effect name. Alright. Alright, so Jesus. Alright, right. So this is only if the duration is greater than 0. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. What is process untimed effect? Oh, right, okay, that's just putting the, putting the thing in. And handling follow-ups and stuff. Jesus. Okay, so we do actually need to do that stuff. Oh my goodness. We'll work it out. We'll work it out. We'll work it out. But mostly what we want to do is we want to work through all of this and make sure that we're this is queen effect. Excuse me. Oh dear. So we're looking for any time that we're using effect as something other than an index into effects list. Because that variable name will now be effect name. Although now that I think about it, I can make this easier on myself. Effect data. We're not using effect data anymore anywhere. Let's do this then. Var effect name. This is gonna be effect data. Data. Yeah, okay. Because now it'll throw an error anytime I'm just using effect. Woo! There we go. We've made life easier on ourselves. So now I can go through and say, alright, well this is now everything that is effects list effects. Is just going to become effect data. Dear. This is one of those mindless tasks where it's going to be very easy to mess something up accidentally by pressing buttons in the wrong order or by just not paying attention. Okay, we're working our way through. We're getting there. And I could do like a sort of file-wide find and replace, but A, I'm doing this in other functions, and B, I like the idea of just being able to like look through my code while I work on this, and also spend some time thinking about other things. I don't want to work too fast. You work too fast, you make mistakes. So this is an opportunity for me to do a little bit of reflection on what's led me here. Yeah, so we're right at the end now, so... Okay. Final kill. There we go. Where else are we using it? Effect name equals old queen gone. Name. Wait, where is this? Oh, this is a roll death. Okay, that's fine. Yep. Effect name. Nah. Copy that. Yep, that's good. Yeah. A unknown effect name. Although I guess we don't even need that anymore because we're bailing earlier. Whew. All right. Now let's go back to the start and take another look at this. So we're checking all this. This is fine. This is fine. This is also fine. That's fine. All right. We don't want this anymore. We don't care about this anymore. So we can get rid of this else. Oh my goodness, this is terrifying. Coming back down here, we don't need this anymore. So everything can get pulled out one. So I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna do it slow and manually, just to make sure that nothing is sort of outdented, and that I'm not accidentally grabbing code that's working by different stuff, which is potentially the case, but not so likely, I suppose. I should bust all this out into another file. That's fine though. Alright, nearly there. Oh no. What did I do? Oh, okay. Oh shit. I made a mistake. Alright, so what I think I'm going to do, because I am not super confident in... I'm just going to close this. I'm going to discard the changes. And then we're just going to open it again. Player. Alright. Because I don't have a huge amount of confidence in the undo integrity of Godot, given that was not undoing the indent as like one action, which it previously has done. So something had gone weird there. But we'll work it out. It's gonna be fine. Anyway, we're back here at apply effect. I think I saved after doing all of the effect name, effect data stuff. Otherwise, we'd be getting an error. Oh, this is already outdated. Okay. Well, Seems good. I realized that I saved after doing that. Go me. Jesus. Alright, so yeah, this needs to come out as well. Alright. Alright. So that's now outdented, that's fine. But back up here at the start of the function. Oh my goodness, we're checking for duration. So if duration is not in effect data duration equals 0. Yeah. I think that's fine. This is just for queens and other things. Okay, I think that's fine. In fact, I think all of that's fine, and that's all terrifying. So what we're going to do now is just run the game and see how it explodes. Because I do not expect this to work first time. Oh, excuse me. Alright, here we go. Yeah. Alright, so, okay, here we go. We're going to handle this different. So if it's a string, if effect data is nothing, then we return. Okay. And if it's a dictionary, if effect data dot, is there like an empty? Let me bring up a docs page. It's fine. No, we want the 3.2 version. Alright. Does it have a size? It has a size. Yeah, okay. Dot size is 0. Return. Okay, so that's alleviated that problem. Doop 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 doop. I finished my Lucasade. All gone. Maybe I'll turn into Super Frog tomorrow. Okay, so tutorial follow-ups are working. Make me a cell. Alright. Those conditions are working. Let's queue up some events. Sounds nice. Efficiency offset. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the building seems to be going faster even though we're not calculating. Well, I don't know. Maybe bsitters is the only one that we actually cache and others are calculated dynamically. I don't know. I don't remember. Nom nom nom. I guess it matters for bsitters because bsitters are the one that's like always happening, right? Alright, Yeah, surprisingly, all of that survived. So now we gotta let's get rid of that. Don't need that anymore. Need to write some events, and these become special events, right? So Yam Party is here. Actually, we're gonna just copy most of what makes Yam Party. And in special events. So special events don't fire on their own. Is this one? Oh, I don't need to flag that as a disaster. That's fine. Oh, excuse me. Those sneezes really got to me. Oh yeah, they need a name. So Yam Party 2. Oh goodness. Is vignette is false. We don't care about don't repeat anymore. So this is like where would you like that tent put up? It's probably fine. Have returned with an entourage carrying an enormous yam and are asking where this year's Yam Party. I don't know. Should I continue calling it Yam Party? Yam Party makes me real happy. But I think maybe event should be held. Nom nom nom. They've offered to set up directly beneath the hive again, or can spread out. Nom nom nom. Nom nom. find it funny that stay close and keep distant both imply stay and keep are both like about maintaining existing consistency. But in this context, if someone is not close and you tell them to stay close, you're telling them to come to you. If they are close and you tell them to keep distant, they will move away. So it's like a reversal of, well, not necessarily a reversal, but it's a shift in what the words typically mean. So to 2B, I think. And 2A. Let's just double check those. So 2A is close and 2B is far. Let's head back to our events here. Close and far. Very nice. We don't need to open up any other topics. Okay. I wish that there was yeah. And this might be too long. I'm gonna have to shrink it down. But I think it's fine for now. We don't care about item not exists. That's all fine. I'm gonna eat these pineapples. Alright. That's enough pineapples. Quiet, you. Where would you like that yam? That's even funnier. Alright, so now we're gonna have to do Yam Party 3. Yoink. Just gonna go for 3. It's gonna cost 60. Well, yeah, which is which. So 3A is pollen, 3B is nectar. Is that correct? 3A is pollen, 3B is nectar. Brilliant. Appear on the horizon and slowly make their way toward the hive. Dung Beetle Folk Trio. It's that time again, and have come to you to ask what style of decorations this and future events should have. Nom 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 nom. I find it very difficult to I'm like, okay, I've eaten enough. I have a close lid. I'll put that away. The second it leaves my hands, I'm like, I should eat some pineapple. Um, okay. I like It's That Time Again as like the last one. So we'll keep that as the last one. Let's just go with yay. Have a yay choice. Let me just scrolly. I think when we have one thing and one effect is fine. Yeah. So Yam party decorations 4. I think we only have the one, right? Yes, good. Special events again. It's going to be 80 this time. Alright. I like this image of like a large array of yams appears. Oh, well, that's fun. Large number of yams appear on the hive. Yeah, I think all of these are going to be too long. This one, well, I don't know. It's like looking at the others. Oh, supposedly that one fits. Alright. A host of yams. Of all sizes and shapes. I'm making it longer. I'm talking about how it's too long. I'm making it longer. Appear on the horizon and make their way towards the hive. The dung field will come to you to ask what kind of decorations this and future events should have, offering a choice between pollen and nectar themes. So what? I guess Here They Come is okay. It's like a nice little Star Wars quote, I suppose. I don't know. I agonize about the titles, right? Like, I like Where Would You Like That Yam is kind of fun. Here They Come is kind of fun because, well, I mean, you see the image, you always know what it is. But I like the idea of just reading the title and it's Here They Come and you're like, okay, something ominous. And then you're like, a host of, oh no, yams. Wait, what? Would be kind of like a fun moment to have, but the image gives it away, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, alright. Well, I mean, that does it. That's it. Let's run through this chain. see if it does what we need it to do. So we're in New Hive. We're gonna skip tutorials. All that is fine. We start a New Hive. Excuse me. We're gonna use some cheats, and we're gonna manually trigger the first one just to kick it off. Hey. Oh my goodness. All right, there's one bug. That's nice though, like, extend that out. I haven't added in the no resource variants for those, excuse me. You know what, I could here just say, like, no more parties as an option, and like let that I'm gonna do that. That's that's kind of funny. So this becomes no more parties. I think it's gonna be too long. That sucks. So you can like opt out of this looping. I don't see why you would want to, unless you really hate the music. But that's I like, why not give the option? So it's that time again, or it's party time again? I think it's party time again. It's more fun. Let's just go with it's party time. And then we can go, here they come again. Yeah, I like that. That's better. Right. So let's start a new hive. And no tutorials, that's fine. Oh, hello. Invalid index, clear tutorials on... Wait, what? Oh no. Effect name in effect list. Otherwise, it stays as it is. I guess that's fine. I don't like it. Jeez. Well, hang on. If we get to here, right? And if we go if effect data is string, bad event name. Return. Okay. I think that works. This is good. You know, finding these. Better to find these now than like ship a patch and find out that something else is happening. You know. Oh my goodness. So let's make a new hive. Start a new game. Hey, we skipped the tutorials. Alright, so let's then run that first jam party. Heck yeah! Oh, I guess we, okay, so we lost 12 pollen, we got 3 resources, we've got new things. It's kind of irritating to me that, Yeah, we're gonna need a map room anyway. Slightly irritating to me that you know, these things show up. Is it F? Hello? Hey, there we go. Now we can see all the zones without having to research them. Yeah, let's get some exits in for these guys. I mean, we're not really playing, but why not? Yeah, it's fine. More bees! More nurseries. And more exits. And also probably some more map rooms, because I think we got a lot more dudes than we need. Just gonna make a little hive here. You guys, I would actually like you guys to. Let's get a big population. Let's clear through all of those foraging zones as quickly as possible, because I would like to be able to observe what's going on before the next event hits. So let's see if we can manage to do that. Let's also research the throne upgrade and also the workshop upgrade. Yeah. Wait. There we go. Alright, sweet. Because that allows us to research the cell cluster, which will make this go a lot faster. Do. Get some more exits, my friends. And more nurseries. You still around, Nevik? Hey! None of that. How does that look for foraging? Alright, sweet. They are getting rid of that stuff. That is exactly what we want. And I also want to get rid of that one. And while we're here, we may as well do some more research and just upgrade a few more things. That's fine. Okay, so we want to tell them to keep. Alright, this all fits, that's fine. Let's go check out our foraging zones. Okay, so it didn't, as far as I can tell, it didn't pollinate anything. And that's not good. So, yeah, it should have pollinated like 6 zones around here. So let's go back here. Let's go mid. And here we're going to go print candidate zones. Candidate zones, not size. For zone and candidate zones, if the count is 0, break count. Alright, let's also print count. Count is count, because count can result in us not seeing anything. And then we can go pollinated zones, pollinated. Alright, that gives us a bit of more of a go. What's going on there? Yeah, let's just trigger the next event. Okay, cool. Whatever. Okay, cool. Whatever. Okay, cool. Whatever. That's fine. Give us our next jam party. Sure. Oh my goodness. Yam parties. Yam parties only. No. Alright, I don't think we've processed the follow-ups out of the second one. So, what we then need to do is... Well, what we should do is trigger the second one again, which is like... whatever it's called. I need to consolidate these two down into one, which I'll do later. But where would you like that yam? It's the second one, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're like not processing anything there. Oh, you know what? You know what? I know why. Alright, stop that. Enough of that. Yeah, so includes. Yeah, we didn't write the includes. So what's happening or what's not happening is, excuse me, if we go back to 2, it's not doing this, which is fine. We can handle that. Should we do everything else first? Yes. Yes, we should. So we want to go to apply effect. And we go down to the end. And I don't know. Do we want to do ifs before we do imports? I suppose it doesn't matter. Yeah, we want to do it first. I'm going to do ifs last. If is it includes or just include? You know what? We've got give. I think we should just make it includes. Include. All right, there we go. So include in effect data. If effect data include in effects list, because we can't include anything that's not named, and the only things that can be named are in the effects list. So that's all we need to do. There we go. And that should do it as well. So both of those are pretty much the same thing. Yeah. No, I'm pretty happy with how that's come together. In terms of, it's not working yet, but in terms of how it will work, it's good. So what I'm gonna do this time, a green board, come back, eat my seeds. I love you. I don't know what she's doing. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is set up a hive like I had just then, which is just geared towards letting us see and work with. What am I saying? Yeah, I think that's all we need. Yeah, letting us clear out those foraging zones so that we can better observe the impact of the effects, and then also have like the population and resources ready to go for that stuff, which I'm sure will be fine. Let's get some nurseries going on. Let's get some map rooms going on. Let's get some exits going on. Well, hang on. Let's put exits down here. Alright. Nurseries first. Uh, 40 is probably fine. And I'll save this so that we can load it again later. It's fine. Bam. We got some bees. Let's get some exits in there. Oh, we've still got the other music playing. Let me turn that off. I was like, why is that music playing? All right. Yeah, it's fine. Then now let's F. Sweet. Yeah. Let's get some of these going on. More bees. Okay, so we've depleted some blooms, which I think means we've depleted all the blooms. That's cool. Okay, so that's fine. Alright. Let us then save that. as yam party test hive. Woo! Little animal bees. They're all going to die at the same time, which is kind of annoying. But that's fine. It's fine, whatever. We got the cheats. We can do the things. Yeah, let's fire off a yam party. Heck yeah. So we've committed to that. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. All that's fine. We got these, which is kind of fun. I don't know where that one came from. Maybe that's an automatic one. I don't know. Do 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 do. All right, so we'll let these deplete, and then we'll call the second one in. Yeah. It's fascinating the way the population collapses. Because all of those bees were the same age, they're all going to die at the same time, and there's no window between those deaths for existing bee sitters to make new stuff. Okay, right. So we got all the wildflowers. This is the last wildflower that we need to worry about. So let us then save that again, I guess. Nope, that sneeze went away. Alright, where were we? Alright, so population is caught back up after all of that. Let's get some things going. Yeah, keep distant. Alright, so that didn't do anything. No. Alright. Let us then... else... print unable to find included. Oh, I know what it is. These are an array? Yeah. It includes, I think? Yeah, it's an array. I was not treating it as an array. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Let's just call it include effect. For include effect in effect data include, and then this becomes include effect. Doink, doink. Excuse me. All right, let's try that again. We're going to fire this one manually. This is, where would you like that? Yam. Ready? Doosh. Perfect. Okay, so there's no icon. Effect icon. But we only want to do that if the icon is nothing, right? That's bizarre. Why do I do this? If icon in effect data. Hang on. Effect icon equals icon, right? If the icon is nothing, if icon in effect data, do that, then this equals. Ugh. All right. No, if it does equal that. Otherwise, whatever. Alright, let's try that again. Let's load the last save. Alright, sweet. Let's double check our foraging zones. Everything looks good. Let's trigger a next event. Brilliant. Hey! 6 zones pollinated. And they're in the right spots. Look at us go! Woo! So those events took 40 and made 6. That's brilliant. That is fun. Fun, 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 fun. So presumably the next one will also be queued up, and that's cool too. So let's make that happen. Here they come again. Pollen for sure, nectar please. Let's just go with nectar. And we've done 6 new zones. Oh, that's interesting. Alright, I need to fix that. So that's counting stuff that's already... Yeah. Alright, you guys get out there and smash these, because we don't want them there. They're not welcome. Do, 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 do. So these should now, the next jam party when it comes up, should, excuse me. The next jam party when it comes up should only make nectar or hybrid pollinated zones. Bam. All right. All right. All right. Wait. That's wrong. Did I just not even write that? What the hell? What the hell? Just who cares? Yeah, wow. Okay. It's party time. We go as usual. No, just go as a mind-boggling number of yams approach the hive. FHO who have I know I want to say that they haven't sold out, like they've held on to their grassroots, right? Oh yeah, hell yeah. Who come bearing grass roots as proof that they haven't sold out. Yeah, that's cool. Offer a huge pile of grassroots as proof that they haven't sold out. That they are legit. is legit? What's the word that I'm looking for here? I don't know the lingo, right? I'll just say still down to earth. Haven't sold out. This year's event promises to be as big as last, as usual. I don't know. I'm kind of tempted, like, to make this last event talk about how the Dung Beetle Folk Trio is weary of their fame, and you can say no more parties, and then you'll just get, like, they show up every now and again to just perform for fun rather than holding a big festival. The Yam Party, once small, has become a huge festival. As usual, you're asking for some pollen to help decorate. As to no, I was like, there's you. I don't think I've used you at all. How do I want to do this? I mean, I like the grassroots thing. That's kind of fun. With the hive at its center. I think I like pollen for sure and nectar of course better. I just keep on rocking. Is kinda is that better? Does it keep on jamming? Let's put that full stop there because I don't like that. Let's put a surprise mark in there. I hope they'll fit. I think it'll fit. It'll be fine. Yeah, sweet. All right. Coming back here. Yay. 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 Alright, so the problem here is that, yeah. So what we need to do here... Alright, here we go. Yeah, so pollinate tile should return false. Otherwise, return true. Alright, there we go. So now pollinate tile returns a value, and we can say if that, then this. Otherwise, keep going. That's better. So now we need to do that for all the others as well. If that, then do these. If that, then do these. That's fun. I don't know why I hadn't considered doing that before, but that was definitely a bug where it would like mark an existing pollinated zone as pollinated, and then you know you wouldn't do anything. All right, so you guys. No, let's leave that there, and then let's trigger it again. So we got 4 foraging zones, and that should fill it up. Right, and so we'll do it again. 0. Okay, so if it's 0, then we do this. If it's greater than 0, then we do this. So, coming back down here. Oh no, that's wrong. Is that wrong? I think that's wrong. Count as 0, break. If count is greater than 0, then minus 1. Oh, yeah, it's if pollinated zones is 0. If pollinated zones greater than 0, then do this. Nonsense. Alright, that's better, I think. Well, let's grab that. So let's double check. Ooh. There we go. So yeah, if there are no zones free, and they all look like they're the right type as well, which is brilliant. So it just takes some pollen, doesn't notify us about pollinations that aren't happening. That is great. All right, so now we've got another conundrum, right? This event is... Oh, you know what? It occurs to me that this shirt has like holes in the armpits. I don't need to display those at you. It occurs to me that... So I don't... What is going on out there? I don't want to I don't want this event to always come up next. I want it to go back into the circulation pool. Which is dangerous. Yeah, I kind of want to push it onto frequent events. Because at the moment, follow-up events happen as soon as they can, right? And since the requirements for this one are kind of low, that'll mean that this will be the only event that fires. I don't know if you've seen, but every time I've pressed give me an event, we get nothing but yam parties. Which, you know, that's a good time, but it's really not what we need. No, I did put a U. Let's fix that, eh? I've come to ask. Yeah, alright, let's fix that. You got any other U's hiding there? Oh. Well, that's fine. I'll just avoid it as much as possible. In some cases I'll leave it. In other cases I won't. I have no consistency. Yeah. Yeah. This is tricky because I want to make sure that the event winds up in the events list even after you go to another hive. I would like them to come with you. Which is not currently an option, I don't think. Yeah, they're like kept in a very specific. There's like a special event queue that's normally empty and it takes priority all the time. So I need either another queue that doesn't take priority, or I need to add it into or I need to add it into the standard events list at the time that you make a new hive. Ugh. It's gross. It's gross. Because I also need it to behave with making a new game. Maybe I should... I was like, maybe I'll only allow them to come once you've exhausted all of the foraging zones. But that's like... that's not great either. Yeah, I don't know. Coming back to here, the first yam decorations, I think we should just do 2. Or just 1. Just 1 bloom. It'll make 1 bloom for you. Yeah. You're too horny. Stop being so horny. He's not listening to me. This is what I do whenever I'm near a girl I like. Good times. Good times. Actually, you know what? I deleted. Yeah, I did. Alright, that sucks. Let's close this then. Goodbye. I don't really like having the spam up there. I deleted it from the other chat. Joik. Hello. There we go. Yeah. So I need to think about how my I have an idea. I have an idea. Okay, so this is dodgy as hell. I love this. This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Alright, so oh my goodness. Can I do this? So what I'm thinking is instead of having 4 Yam Party events, right? Is it 4? Instead of having 4 Yam Party events and pushing stuff into the special event queue, I can just go and add a bunch of different conditions to this one Yam Party event that will just constantly call this one. I think. And that way every time this one shows up, it'll be checking for those like inventory items that we made, and it will just use the appropriate overrides. That is more better. It's going to be more awkward to write, but I think it's fine. So let's rip this out of here. This is like it's fantastic. I love all this. This is fun. I like exploring the boundaries of what stuff I've made can do. Let's just paste this in here so that we've got a copy for later. Alright, so we got Yam Party. Yam Party's about to get, like, very, Alright, so Yam Party's about to get very complicated. We got anything else in here that has, conditions? No. Alright, that's fine. Let's look at frequent events. Frequent events. Just stick this over here. What's in here? Oh, yeah. Alright, so under frequent events, if you look at something like this, we have conditions. There's the default condition, and then the other conditions. Okay, yeah. We can work this out. It's more awkward, but we can work it out. It's totally fine. So conditions is going to need to get big. Is that right? Is that what it is? Let me just double check the syntax here. So conditions becomes an array. Right, okay. Events, undo. Events is now an array. This is the default condition. What do we got here? No, let's not do that. This is the next condition. So there's some in stock of 40. And we check them in sequence, right? So item exists. Yam Party started. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay, we can work with this. This is fine. 60. Yam Party started too. We're gonna add, yeah, it's a slight extra amount of complexity, but whatever. 80. Alright, so now each of these is gonna get overrides. Which we define as just overrides. Brilliant. So overrides is some of this. Let's put a comma there and paste those in here. Now these come out of this stuff. So Yam Party 2 is going to get a new title, a new description. We've already got the new conditions. It's going to have, so let's blow that away. It's going to have new choices and new effects, and that's it. So this is Yam Party 2. Kind of messy, but I think we got it. Don't need the conditions anymore. Title, right through to effects. So default, second, third, and then the fourth required 80. Yeah, this is going to get slightly more complicated, but that's fine. Man. Alright, so this becomes Yam Party and as party Yam Party finished. Yeah, so we're gonna remove Yam Party started and we're gonna add Yam Party finished. Right? So back here we want Yam Party end, has no duration, has no whatever, does not do anything, gives Yam Party end. Is that what it was? Yam Party finished. Whatever. Has no follow-ups. Remove Yam Party started. Okay, so that's fine. Now we gotta go give remove if item in current event inventory current event inventory dot erase item. Whoop. There we go. And I think that gives us the exact same behavior that we had before. Yeah, we need to reverse the order of these. Because it will check them in order, right? All right, I think that works. So, but we do need to allow it to repeat. That sucks because I was gonna, I like to count the event list and like talk about how long the chains are and talk about how many events there are. But now I've just taken something that was 4 events long, I've baked it into one single event, and now it's no longer discoverable or readable as that's what I would like it to be. But this is fun. I like this. I like the grassroots thing. That really makes me happy. Yeah, it's good. It's good. So yeah, we're gonna have to make another hive. And I suppose in general, it doesn't really matter if I have a population or not. So let's just kick off the first one. Yam Party, Yam Party, Yam Party, Yam Party. So first one comes up, that's fine. Where would you like that yam? Stay close is fine. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, alright. I was not paying attention. Alright, so let's... Next event? No. No. Okay, whatever. No. Take your slimy mess and go elsewhere. Sure, whatever. No. 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 Yeah, whatever. No. Yeah. Alright, so now I gotta check. Where's my yam parties? Where is my yam parties? Yam party! Alright. So don't repeat is false. So we're still pulling it out of the thing? That doesn't make any sense. Where's my yam party? Oh no, it's got a different name now, right? It's like, where would you want that yam? No, it's gone. Why is it gone? Where is it gone? Where are my yams? I want my yams. Give me my yams. My yams. Okay. Let's have another look. And you look, ticket to ride, random act of kindness after all these years, especially a helpful hand alongside the road, asking for the bad responsibility. For you to guarantee, step right up. Yeah, wow. Alright, so yam party's just vaporized. Let's have another look at that. New hive. No tutorials. So we got yam parties here. Yeah, dudes, do it. And then yam parties there again. Alright, so it's not... Yam party started. Oh, maybe I haven't given yam party. No, I should have yam party started. I'm confused. Maybe I just press no. So I guess down here we want to do yam party end as the heck no thing, and that way you get yam party finished. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. I also don't know why it's not picking the next one. It should be saying that these are inactive because none of the conditions are met. So I guess what I need is to know what. Let's do some debug stuff. All right. So print inventory key I prints a list of event inventory items. Whatever. Func print inventory player print game.player.current event inventory. No, none of them. Alright, let's run again. So the shortcut we gave that was I. Alright, that's fine. E. Which is interesting because I can update the unknown cell type beetles. Well, that's terrifying. Okay, so Yam Party started is true. Yam Party. Oh, this might not be checking the conditions. No, it should be. I mean, it should definitely be using them here. Unknown cell type beetles. That's bonkers, right? There's only one place that we print that out, and that means that we were calling get cell type and we were passing in the word beetles. Which is like a Wikipedia topic. Oh. 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 That's fine then. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so we need to do print warning false back over here in the Wikipedia category. Is it find category? Yeah, it's find category. So this is world. It was get cell type, that's what it was, right? Get cell type. Category equals cells. Yeah. Okay, so just like pass a false in there and then we're good. Alright, that's less stressful. Yeah. Initial events. Yam Party. Okay, so party started is definitely there. Item not exists. So let's go back and check our item not exists. Item not exists. Print checking item doesn't exist in current event inventory. Alright, so let's run the event again for Yam Party. Douche. Yeah, this has like a minimum stock condition as well. Is this like not even using any conditions? What is up with this? What is up with this? Heck no. Yam party finished is true. So now, Yam party. But yeah, it's like conditions are not met. I don't understand. Yam party. Alright, so that's what it should be. There should be nothing there. Let's try again. No tutorials. Show me the event. Yam party. Okay, so yeah, it's... Oh yeah, we don't... I mean, it still should... Heck no. Let me just run bear attack. So I should say... Right, because they're... 5. Maybe I've got the syntax wrong here. Conditions, overrides. So if I go back to frequent events, max audit. Oh no, we want special events. Wax repairs. Do do do. Do 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 do. Yeah, so that's working, right? If we come back and look at here, we've got wax repairs. Max stock is 0. Oh, hang on. Let's come back and have a look here. Right. Okay. Let's put this one last. Yam party. Yam party? Okay, so that should meet, right? Like, we've got 20 pollen. Oh no, yam party is finished is true. Alright, so that's good, that's good. Alright, let's try that again. Yeah, I'm not going to the in-person thing. It's a fucking pandemic on. Alright, that's done. Let's bring this up. Let's go back to Yam Party. And now if we go to Yam Party, checks passed. So we're checking for started and finished, doesn't exist. That's good, let's show it. Hell yeah. Wait. Unknown cell type. Unknown cell type. Yeah, let's find out where that's coming from while I remember, and then we'll get back to it. So this is just when unlocking the okay, so is get cell label name. Oh, so where is that coming from? Category is cell? How can category be cell? Category is meant to be world. Jeez. Alright, topic. This is in process? Wow. Find category. Is returning cells. How is it returning cells? If cell type is not equal to none. Oh, geez. All right. Let's take another look here. It's going to be returning -1 with unknown cell type. So what is none? None is -1. But we've ended up with cells already. Alright. Let's find out how we get cells there. Oh. New hive. New hive. Okay, so cell type is null. Oh my goodness. How is it null? Oh. Now it's not null. Alright, let's try it again. I think that's what it was. Just want to give me my yam party, my dude. Heck yeah. Alright, so cell type is -1. So we continue through. Categories: resources, management, world, and that should get us in. Yep. And so we come back with beetles and world. Brilliant. All right, so now we shouldn't see. Yeah, sweet. Queuing follow-up. Yam party 2. Oh, that's possibly a problem. So let's go back to our effects. The follow-ups here are now, instead of Yam Party 1, 2, whatever, it's just Yam Party. Oh! Oh no! Although we don't need any follow-ups anymore. Alright, we don't need any follow-ups anymore because this is always in the pool. Yam Party 3. and then Yam Party 4. And now we don't even need these small decorations anymore. They're gone. We just don't need them. I don't think we were using them anyway. Small. Yeah. Yeah, we weren't using them at all. Alright, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Follow up soul body and pineapple scientist. Okay, that's cool. Excuse me. Yeah, alright. So we don't need this anymore. But this hopefully makes more sense now that you've seen seen it work and seen it do what it needs to do. All you need to do is go back to Godot. And we're back in here, and well, we're back over here, I guess. So we've done a thing, and now, okay, so that's fine. We need to here. Hey! So this is they have returned, carrying an enormous yam. That's great. Yes, you can stay distant. What the hell ever. Next yam party should be... No, see, this is wrong now. So what were we checking? This is checks past. Has not even shown me what it's checked. Are we? Am I returning true? Or I shouldn't be returning true? I think I am. Check event conditions. We check all them things, return false, return false, return false, return false, that's all fine, that's all fine, that's also fine. Oh, okay, so, whoop. This is what I want to check. Okay, so we're not returning false early, but excuse me, the second item have returned carrying an enormous yam. So let's come back here, back to events. Have returned. Well, party started to... Oh, I don't think I'm doing this party started stuff. Party nectar, party pollen. But this is easy enough. I don't even need to do that because I can do item not exists. We don't. This one just needs party started and item not exists. Yam party close and yam party far. Okay. And then this one can do the same. This is an and relationship though. So maybe that is the way to do it. Let's just, because we know that yam party started is being given. So back here in toCommon, we can also do a give of yam party started 2. Is that what we're looking for? Yam party started 2. Yep. Cool. And then here we do us a yam party started 3. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Okay. I think that'll do it. So let's try again. Oh, didn't hold down a shortcut fast enough. Let's give some resources. Okay, so initial events, some yam parties. Hollowed out a large yam. This is the first one. Heck yeah. We don't need to break here anymore. Now we'll get some more yam party going on. And this is have returned with an entourage, carrying an enormous yam this time. And now we're gonna keep distant is fine. Is 6 foraging zones, that's great. Then yam party again. A host of yams, pollen or nectar. Give us pollen. Yeah. And then if we is that actually taking stuff off us? 891 yam party. Yeah, man. Okay, yeah, that's still taking stuff off us. Sweet. Well, that's working. All right. So now let's go back and look at. I might put the one small yam party has become a huge festival with the Hive Visit Center at the beginning, which I think works better, right? So come back to events here. Come on, don't give me that. Okay. Some pollen to help decorate. That's fine. It's party time. Keep on rocking. These idiots. I love them. This is cool. We've done like a... I don't want to say it's highly complex, but we have done a reasonably complex event chain. And we've added a whole bunch of new features, and that's really cool. So, yeah. I feel pretty good about how we're going. So yeah, this yam party is pretty cool. It provides you with access to like a huge amount of resources, potentially. But because it's just sitting in the rotation, it's not a big deal. That's fine. I like this in that it's like we're suggesting that it's an ongoing thing, but we're not really saying that it's big. And then we come back and it's all, whoa man, big yam. Don't build a folk tree, however, returned with an entourage carrying an enormous yam and are asking where this year's event should be held. They've offered to set up directly beneath the hive again, but are also happy to hold a more spread out event in the surrounding area. I might say surrounding area rather than nearby. In the surrounding area. We'll have to run through these again to have another look. Because I don't currently have a way of clearing the inventory. I should add that as a debug option. In fact, I will do that now. Debug stuff, so we're going to print inventory, and then we want clear inventory. Clear. I think it's clear. Let's double check because I have. So this is dictionary. Do we have a clear method? Yes. All right, sweet. Sweet. key shift, and we want this to clear inventory. Clears all event inventory items. The other thing, that's fine. Stop. The other thing that we haven't done, which I like feel absolutely stupid for not even just thinking about, is this is current event inventory import. Where the hell do we want this? Skip events, current effects, special event list. Okay, here we go. Event list, next event. Let's just do it in here. If event inventory in import data current event inventory equals yeah, that's fine. Import data data event inventory. All right, sweet. And then we will find export somewhere down here where we're doing the event list, and do event inventory current event inventory. All right, so now we're saving that. It was kind of embarrassing that we weren't saving it before. But that's fine, we didn't have it before. Yeah, I just was a little bit worried that that was going to slip through the cracks. Right. So, let's do... Hello. What happened here? Did we crash? Or did we stop at a breakpoint? Oh, invalid. Get effects on nil. Handle click button event. Event choice. So event. Alright, well, let's just, if event is null, return. Print trying to perform it's like left right is event choice is Boolean, I think. Yeah, okay, that's fine, that's fine. Trying to perform action button on null event. Yeah, weird. Strange. Very strange. Right, so we're gonna do some yam parties. We're gonna give ourselves some resources first. Now we're gonna do some yam parties. Yam party! Alright, so we like this one, that's cool. I'm worried that the others are a bit long. That's the only thing I'm thinking. Dung Beetle Folk Trio. I mean, I could just pull that back down to the Dung Beetles. But I like the idea of just reinforcing that it's only a couple of them. Yeah, so in the second one, I think we're gonna take it out, and we're gonna go the trio of dung beetles have returned. Yeah, cool. Because we've already established that they're a folk band, right? They've offered, but are also happy to hold a more spread out event in the surrounding area. As usual, they'll also need some pollen. Right, I think that's fine. That's no big deal. Let's more yam party. A host of yams of all sizes and shapes. All shapes and sizes. All sizes and shapes. I like sizes and shapes because it's the less intuitive of the two. Like shapes and sizes is kind of a phrase, and I like breaking it. Appear on the horizon, slowly make their way toward the hive. The dung beetle folk trio have come to ask what style of decorations this and future events should have, offering a choice between pollen and nectar themes. As usual, they'll also need some pollen. Yeah, I could do variations of the event art here, where it's like got more and more stuff on it. Maybe. It's still quite long, but I guess it works. Give us a nectar theme. That's not a special event. I don't know why I keep going with special events. I guess the subsequent ones were in there before. The once small yam party has become a festival with the hive at its center. As a mind-boggling number of jams approach the hive, the dung beetle photo trio offer a huge pile of grass roots as proof that they are still down to earth and haven't sold out. As usual, they're asking for some pollen to decorate. I was thinking of replacing this with something about how it's grown really big. This year they want to make a pollen statue of the queen, or this year they want to make a pollen statue of the hive, or this year they want to make a pollen statue of a maypole or a large rock or something. And like, so every time it comes up, it's got like a different thing that they're wanting to make a pollen statue of, and that's what they need all the pollen for. So yeah, I don't know. I'm also thinking about adding, I don't know. This is a tricky one because I want this event to fire as quickly as it can. I guess if it comes up in the rotation, it comes up in the rotation. Yeah, I am going to add another variant that is like, this year is small. There's not enough pollen to go around. They're still holding it, but it's not going to do anything cool. Yeah. Tricky! Sorry, you don't need to see my Discord stuff. What am I doing? I'm just not paying attention. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just read this. What's going on here? Wow, I'm glad I didn't look at anything like, not that I am anywhere that's inappropriate, but I'm glad I didn't look at anything that anybody else didn't want shared. Alright, so I'm going to stick with this because I think I like grassroots better than just like a random statue thing. Yeah, right. I'm going to send this to Peter. It's 4 events long. Giving players choices about the type of rewards that it gives, then it recurs on this one. All decisions are made. There's a variant where as big as last year version can happen Yeah, grassroots is fun. I like it. Who the hell is this? Oh, I see. People change their avatars and then also their nicknames all the time, and I'm expected to keep track of that somehow. I got nothing. I got no idea. I feel like really bad about changing my avatar because it means that I'm no longer identifiable in the way that I was previously identifiable. And also, at the start of my game, here's that avatar that's no longer associated with me, and it's like, damn! I put a whole bunch of effort into making myself recognizable that way, and now not. It's disappointing. Alright, so we've gone through the process of like writing events. That's fun. We've gone through the process of like trying to brainstorm trying to brainstorm some of this nonsense. What I actually am going to do while I remember is is write a commit message, because this is big, right? I've just added a whole bunch of stuff. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore because we've already dealt with that. Let's just work through what we have here. So we'll just shrink that across to the side. We'll shrink this in. All right, we can work this way. So first things first is we've finished work on Yam Party Event Chain and associated effects, conditions, and etc. Updated Yam decorations effect to only pollinate one zone. Updated Yam, or added Yam Party end effect to stop. Analyze option to final Yam Party event to cease. Recurring Yam stivels? No. Party events. Alright, what else do we do? Updated includes, that's wrong. Effect type to be include. Whoa. Added some more Yam Party event inventory for tracking chain state. That's fine. Remove, well, updated Yam Party event chain to use single event variants instead of multiple events. Remove follow ups from Yam Party effects. What else have we done? Updated Yam Party event to allow repetition. No, that's not a proper chain. All this stuff. Fixed false positive warning about bad cell type in Wikipedia find category. No. When calling get cell type from Wikipedia find category. Alright, sweet. Wait a minute. What's that? put a comma on the end of something. Added debug shortcuts for printing and clearing event inventory. I might make it so that the event inventory goes up into the like debug message box that currently has nothing in it. I've used that for other stuff, but it's one of those things where I use it for tracking stuff in real time where printing might not be appropriate. So if I've got one value that changes, or one variable that changes its value rapidly, I don't necessarily want to have that constantly scrolling in the standard output, but I can just put it in that message list and replace the entire message list and just have a value that appears to be static that gets updated as necessary. But I'm not going to do that now. Fixed, oh no, updated foraging pollinate tile to return true or false depending on whether pollination was successful. Fixed item not exists, checking the wrong condition. Let's just go possible crash in item not exists, check. Updated apply effect to be capable of taking a dictionary. Event data as a dictionary. Yep, that's fine. Fixes do if condition no effect. That's fine. Okay. That's sweet though that it's like just automatically recursive because of the way that I had done it. And I can just nest as many do ifs as I want. That's all part of that. That's all part of that. That's all part of that. Oh my goodness. This is all just... Wait, what? Oh my goodness. I can't read any of this. All this is like, it's all smashed. Ah dear. Alright. But I know that I changed some stuff down the bottom. I might run this again and just ignore white space. That's fine. Whole queen gone. There was something in the whole queen gone, right, that I had to fix. No, that was just like the event name being used. Oh yeah. Fixed pollination effects no effect activity notifications displaying the wrong wrong number of pollinated zones. Yeah, that's fine. That's what we did. Alright. Fixed player get cell type returning null if print warnings is false. Yeah, that's a crazy one. added saving / loading of current event inventory. Event inventory, that's fine. Fixed possible crash when handling event button action when no event has been assigned. Okay, look at us go. Look at us go. All right. Do. Removed. Added. Updated. Alright, that'll do. Let's commit that. Status. Git add. Git commit. Push. Alright. So yeah, we've I don't need that. We're back here. And it's funny, right? Like, I wanted to spend most of the day just brainstorming ideas for vignettes, and I said right at the beginning that I was not going to be able to do that, and then I was going to get distracted and whatever. But instead, we ended up writing the Yam Party chain, which I can now mark off my to-do list. That is done. That is wonderful. Day-based events, notification, effect size relative to screen height. Calculate efficiencies. Yeah, okay. So I do wanna just like do a few more vignettes, and then I might wrap up the stream for today. How long will we be going? Nearly 6 hours. Wow. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. All right. So let's try and hash some of these out a bit more. So there's like I don't know. There's two ways I can go. I can go with the whole like yeah, okay, so it enjoys playing chess against idle workers, because you always got workers, right? Idle workers, but insists on calling them pawns. I think that's until the game is over. I think that works. I did like the idea of just like the queen demanding that all of her pieces are queens from the start. But maybe like, yeah, I don't know how to get like the multiple queens thing working in a nice way. Because the moment that it's like if she's playing against other workers, then there's this whole like lording queens over the workers, and then she should be like, I get only queens, but you get only pawns. And maybe that's funny. I don't know. Or we have her play against other queens, but that's not really fun. Hang on, here we go. Enjoys playing chess, but often plays against, ends up playing against herself, because she insists on making all of her queens into queen. No, making all of her pawns into queens. Start of the game. Maybe that's funny. I guess that works. It's like not just at the start, it's like it's before the start of the game. Yeah, so she wants to play by rules that other people don't want to play by, and that's fun. Oh, come and eat my seeds! There's an interesting sounding bird out there that I would like to see visit my feeder, but I don't think it's coming. So yeah, that one's cool. I don't mind that. That's fun. Yeah, so let's stick that in now. We've got Queen vignette, Throne vignettes here. Let's put a comma in there. Is vignette is true. Title is house rules. Because that's fun. Description is one of these. And we make the queen name bold, is that right? Yeah. And then all that is fine. Yoink. Okay. Woo! We made a vignette. Look at us go. We're on fire. Back here. All right. So we got that one. That one's good. So we thought about oh yeah. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. So like the Queen song "Killer Queen" sounds like it would be kind of scary for a queen, right? Sometimes wakes from nightmares. Hang on. With next from nightmares about dynamite. Hang on. Let me just double check the lyrics before I with a laser beam. This was Time Doctor's suggestion, I think. Okay, sometimes wakes for night with her mind blown, muttering about dynamite with laser beams. Yeah, I mean, I like this direction. This is working for me. And like maybe the title could be guaranteed, maybe. Or anytime. I don't know. Yeah, anytime maybe. I don't know, it's tricky, right? Like, so the title, if I did it short like this, then the title would be like guaranteed to blow your mind. But I think that's too explicit, right? Like it's too what the hell is this if you don't know what it is as well. It's not accessible in any way without that. You don't go, huh, what a weird bee. You go, what is this referencing? And I think that makes it less interesting. Mind. Maybe that works better. Yeah, I guess we'll go with that. It's not great, but we'll live with it. Because it is a fun reference. Comma there. Da, da, da. True. I should probably just copy and paste all this. Title. Anytime. 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 Let's just go with anytime like that. Option. Bam. Make that one bold. Yeah, cool. And then we can just copy and paste all this. Doink. There we go, sweet. Okay, so another 2, so that brings us up to 10. Only 10. Ah. Yeah, I feel like I need to like at least hit like the 20 mark, but I'm not going to do that on stream. Yeah, that's tougher than I am up for. So, yeah, the other thing I was thinking about the chess was like, she plays on her own because like no one's willing to play against her because she's the queen. What is going on? Someone's upset. Yeah, I guess we'll just like I just like wonders about our feature queen. So remember her, Beast will remember her. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's do that then. That one. What are we gonna call this one? Maybe works for now, whatever. I'll just go Uncertain Legacy, is kind of better. Because that doesn't necessarily mean that she wants future bees to remember her nicely. Like, it could be, you know, she's happy to be remembered as a tyrant. There's a tiny goldfinch sitting on the fence. I don't know if it's visible. Let's have a look. Well, no, it's not visible. But it's here. I can see it. You can't see it. There's like a bush standing above the fence. It's the top of a tree that's kind of small, and it's there. I mean, you can't make it out. I can though. I'm enjoying it. All right. So how many we got now? That's not what I wanted to press. try pressing this instead. We got 11. Wow, look at us go. I had hoped that we were at 50 by now. I've done one. How many have we got? How many have we got? Only one more? Damn. Do I check conditions on vignettes? That's probably a good thing to check. Next vignette. Next vignette. Next vignette. Next vignette. It's in player. Why are we not in player? Come back. Next vignette. Okay, so here we go. Next vignette will occur here. So we now want to look for next vignette time. Where do we do this? If this is in player as well. Yep, sweet. We do not check. We do not check. And maybe we should. Because we could go if it's not the first queen, then we could show something us thinking about past queens. But I guess anyway, I don't mind the idea of queen name hopes that is never sure whether her work is as good as past queens. Maybe. Whether she does as good a job as past queens. What about like queen's work is really only sitting in the throne? Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes has to work at finding confidence. Yeah, I think that's better. That's stronger, a little bit more emotional context there. So Hive Time, Certain Legacy. What was this one again? And I'll need to check that this is pluralized properly. I'm pretty sure it will be. I'll certainly see. What about like what's another word for uncertainty? I'll just make this unknown. And I don't like this title. I might end up changing it, but I'll have to think about it. Okay, so we've done that one. We've done that one. We've done that one. Antennae to pick up better signals. Yeah, I don't mind that. Oh yeah. Queen name finds she often has to fiddle with her antennae to pick up FM. Yeah, that's kind of funny. And for titles, I just pop in like whatever immediately feels like it could be interesting. Let's see in the mornings. There we go. That sort of contextualizes it with a little bit more. Like the detail isn't like, it doesn't add anything beyond a sense of context. It doesn't add any real context, but the impression of context is valuable here, I think. So before she can pick up B33 FM in the mornings, that's good. We're up to 14 now, 15. Is that right? 13. just inflating them in my mind. So yeah, we got an imposter syndrome one. We got an Justin 10A one. Queen name. Sometimes toys with the idea of getting one of those fancy ergonomic chairs to replace the throne. Seems more taken with the idea of wanting one than actually getting one. Yeah, I like that. I like that one. It's fun. Alright, here we go. Ergonomically terrific. Should play Megalomania on stream at some point. You know what? If I ever work on Gravel, which is a code name for a project that I probably will not work on for a while, if I do, then I'll probably play a whole bunch of Megalomania in preparation. So yeah. Oh, hang on. Toys with getting. Yeah, we don't need the idea of twice. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of like comfy but cumbersome as a title, but I don't necessarily want to be making a statement that ergonomic chairs are not are not good. Oh, this dove here, many ruffled feathers. The one that we saw earlier that was doing the horny dance likes to beat this one up, which makes me sad, because I'm like, guys, there's enough corns for everyone. You don't need to do that. I walked out there. I can't remember if I said last time I streamed. One day they'd been beating the snot out of each other for a couple of hours, and I was like, all right, that's enough. You got to stop. So I walked out the door, and they're there in the middle of my carport, feathers everywhere, just constantly beating the crap out of each other, and hopping between them is a little sparrow trying to collect all of the feathers that were floating in the air. It is very surreal, just like the crazy aggression that these two idiots were giving each other. You've had enough? I don't know if I've left any water for them. Yeah, I think it's all dried up. But yeah, like this little sparrow hopping around and going, I can get all these free feathers from my nest. And it was chasing them as they were blowing in the wind as well. It was great. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with comfy but cumbersome. Yeah, what else have we got? So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that right? Have we done 6? Because there's only like 14 more. I guess I had 8. I was like, I started with 10, surely. I should have 16 by now. What are we talking about? Let's go look at the substitutions list and think about whether there's anything that's fun. So we've got this, like, activity. Alright, so Queen. I mean, like, all of the Queen vignettes pretty much start with yeah, actually, let's have a look. Yeah, so not all of them start with Queen name. All the ones that I've been lazy for start with Queen name, so, so let's do this. Sometimes catches herself wondering about how future bees will remember her. Yeah, that's cool. That's fine. That's fine. And let's put a sometime. Wow. Let's put a sometimes at the beginning here as well. Sometimes. Okay. Yeah, I think that's better. Oh, times. Let's have some good times. Oh. How many oftens do we have? Often he's good to be the king. Often has the fiddle. Yeah, okay. I don't want to put more oftens in. That's fine. Oh dear. Right. What else can we do? Yeah, so here in substitutions activity, we can say like Queen name has been secretly trying to take up activity, but doesn't want the rest of the hive to know about it. That's kind of fun. So let's do that one. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so I want to have something that's sort of is this becoming of a queen? You know, unbecoming maybe is appropriate there. But it would be nice if that was less, like if it was more about she's worried that it's unbecoming rather than it actually being unbecoming. So it's like a self-confidence thing more than an actual sort of reality of how other people or other bees might judge her. So I'm not sure. Not sure. What other substitutions we got here? I don't think we need aspirations. I don't think we need TV shows. I mean, we could do like that she wants to fund a reboot of a film, maybe. Let's try and consider that. Has been considering a fund. Oh yeah. Like, so she's considering embezzling, right? Secretly. Well. Laundering pollen, honey. Let's go with honey. Has been considering laundering honey to quietly fund a reboot of film. Like with a better cast, or with more, like with a funnier script, or as a musical. Maybe, although it's tricky because like Stinging in the Rain is there, and I imagine that would be a musical. All right. What if it's like a contemporary gritty musical? Because the idea of a gritty musical is kind of funny, and the idea of contemporary means that it's like updating whatever it is. Kind of reboot of a film as a gritty musical. I mean, I think I need something else in there, like it's not just a gritty musical, it's a gritty something musical. So it could be a gritty rom-com musical. That's a gritty slapstick musical. No, gritty musical drama. I don't know. Oh, what if it's like what about a fourth wall breaking commentary on something, maybe? I like the idea of like gritty something that's not gritty. Because you don't see gritty musicals, right? Aside from Sweeney Todd. Could you do a silent film that's a musical? Is that an interesting contradiction? I don't think it is. Oh, gross. Yeah, I mean that's kind of funny. But that's like that's to the point where it is completely obvious that you're trying to be funny, as opposed to leaving the possibility that it could be serious. I don't know what this blackbird's on about. That's like a warning call. It's been doing it all day. I think it's on my clothesline. Don't poo on my clothesline. with an entire stink bug cast. With an entirely stink bug cast. I don't know. I like that. It's kind of funny. Oh, we're gonna do this. Doink. Title for this one. Yeah, like there's always this idea of like we're bringing this thing that you love to a new generation, and somehow that requires changing its fundamental identity. So, yeah. I think that was a child. There was like a sort of pew kind of sound. I was like, what bird is that? But I think it's a child. As a grunge musical? I don't know. I think like grunge kind of dates it, right? And I'm certain that in another 20 years the obsession with making things gritty will seem dated. But right now that feels like a common contemporary misstep, which is sort of what I want to go for. But I do want to stick something in here. Yeah. I want something that like is literally serious, but implies that it's going to be pantomime. Yeah, like maybe. What if it's a gritty cabaret musical? I think I like that, maybe. A gritty lounge musical. Cabaret's fun though, because like anything that involves mixing food with with other activities is kind of funny. I think I like cabaret. Yeah, it's kind of fun. All right, how many we got now? Oh, look, we've got 248. We've got 16. Come on! Doesn't have to take that long. Yeah, so what else we got? What else we got that might work? Might be fun. Oh, we were looking through substitutions. So, oh yeah. Okay, so we got flour, right? That's easy enough to work with. So, is considering making now I made all of these so that they can just have an S on the end for plurals. Yes, I did. Sweet. Is considering making flowers the Hive's official flower. That's fun, right? Like that's a nice little thing that that could work. Can't be silly. What can we write about them? What are they? Let's have a look. Yeah, all of these are you can make them into a plural without using ES. Yeah. I don't even know what to stick for the title for this one. They're very nice, I guess. We'll do. Wait, we got 17! Look at us go! Right, what else have we got? What have we got? What can you do, Queen? Oh, we're still looking at substitutions. I like the idea of using facilities more, but I don't know. I mostly like these as constellations. Yeah, okay, well, I mean, we'll do that, right? Because there's somewhere else where I've got, like, I think it's Exit Vignettes has constellation stuff. Yeah, so likes to sneak out of the hive at night, look at the stars. Favorite constellation is the facility. Well, I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know. No, I'm not feeling that anymore. And these would probably be the things that that the what do we call them? Dung beetles would be making statues of for their shindigs. Hey, we do have band. Where do we use band? Let's ask Grep. Grep, where do we use band? Band. I think they need escaping. Nope. Maybe they don't need escaping. Are we really not use band anywhere? Yeah. Wow. Okay. 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 Yeah, no, that's like form a band. Cover band. Sweet. That's yeah, that's what that's gonna be. What have we got anyway? I have not even paid attention to what the bands are. I wrote them. B-52s, Banfold's Hive, the Beatles, Kate Cicada, Smash Moth. Smash Moth is great. I love that. That's wonderful. In fact, I'm going to try and get a screenshot of that. Oh, we got an error here. Oh, we've missed a comma somewhere. This must be in Throne Vignettes. Is that what it is? Tell me what file it is. Output. Substitutions. Oh, it is substitutions. Yep. Let's try it again. Was I fast enough? Hey, nice. All right, no errors, no Emmys. So this is a special. No, it's just an initial event, and it's after all these years. So I'm going to show this a bunch. Visit test. Hang on. Oh yeah, okay. So let's do this as a let's do this in both, right? Because cover bands are funny. Form a cover band. Let's reload that and let's run that a bit. Well, hang on. Since I'm getting a screenshot of this, let's make it look a little bit less contrived. Start a space program. Ooh, hello. Oh, that's fun. Okay. You know what, I should just put it in my sequenced events thing and don't worry about it. Alright, so it's in initial events. It is after all these years. Pursue a starring role. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So now we've killed that queen. Goodbye. So let's load a hive and run it again. Let's try and load a hive whenever you're ready. Cool. Oh yeah, this is not a small hive. Initial events is good after all these years. Legendary Lost Kotok. Good times. In fact, this is probably the wrong hive to be loading. But I don't care, whatever. After all these years. Upcoming reboot of Hot Buzz. Oh, that's fun. Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. I think. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So roll is 0 there, is that right? Yeah. That's not right. Queen. It should have bailed by that point. Right? If roll is queen. Oh, okay, yeah. Alright. And B is 0. B is 0? B is 0. Alright, that's what it is. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Well, actually, you know what? That's fine. I was just thinking about putting some error handling stuff in there, but I don't really care. I'm gonna sneeze again. Ah, goodness. Alright. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna... Back here in debug stuff. Back here in debug land. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna cheat. So former cover band is what we want. This is a special event. This is after all these years. Oh no, it's a normal event. So let's go with this show game.show event. Yeah, okay. Let's just paste that there. Let's grab this. Yoink. Event is vignette equals false. What do we stick in? Well, I could just copy all of it, right? Yoink. And instead of having aspiration be automatically populated, we can just go back here and grab that. Yeah. Show event. Game.player.queenbee. And then that needs to just come. I think that'll work. I think that will just work. Let's try that. do 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 do. Huh? Where's the sequenced events? Is here somewhere? Slash. Is that what it was? Was it B-52s? No, the one that I thought was really funny was Smash Mouth. Ah dear. Excuse me. Not B-52s, come on. I'm just gonna write it out. I don't need it to be replaced. What are we talking about? I could just type it in. Yeah, there we go. What? Hello? Alright, what's that? Alright. Oh, goodness. Ah, excuse me. Okay, so I've got a screenshot of that and I can share that later. Actually, no, I'll show it now. So you can watch me do the thing. I'd completely forgotten that I'd added a substitution for B-themed band names until today. That hooked up to events quick smart. Yeah, that's fine. In Hive Time. Let's tag Hive Time. Good times. Hello? There we go. So we can do that one, and we'll also do it over here. Except that's not what I had selected. Come on, why is this so hard? There we go. And this one needs to be hashtag. What's going on in Mastodon land? What does this say anyway? Oh, I can copy and paste it now. After all these years, that says old queen announces that she can't say Smash Mouth. Alright, that's fun. That is fun. I like that. And let's just tweet that. And then let's come across here and retweet that. From here, that's fine. Sweet. Nice work. Go us. Eh? Nope. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Smash Mouth is cool. Hey, Smash Mouth. Smash Mouth was a good idea. All right, so we don't need that anymore. It can go away. All right, we're back here. So we've put cover bands in. We've got the. Let's have another look back here because we mentioned B33 FM in the mornings to listen to band. With breakfast. Is that funny? Okay, so we've put bands in put bands in a couple places. That's fun. What other substitutions we got? We got Fantasylands. Alright, here we go. What if we, likes to spend some of her personal time writing fiction set in fantasy land of fantasy land. Yeah, Fantasyland. So we could be writing weird fiction about New Zealand or Jelly Falls or whatever. It's like, so personal time writing. I don't know. Should it be fiction or should it be like diary entries, like fake diary entries from someone in a fantasy land? Or should she be writing like weird biographies of made up characters from Fantasyland? Yeah, okay, here we go. Writing memoirs. Is that how we spell memoirs? I think that's how we spell memoirs. Let's double check. Memoirs. Yeah, okay. Memoirs of characters from the fantasy. Okay, writing the memoirs and autobiographies. I think memoirs is fine. Yeah, that's fun. It's silly. Alright. Yeah, alright. So how many we got now? 18! 18! 2 more, and I'll be at 20, and then we can call it a day. Have we exhausted all of the substitutions? Maybe. I might use mood again. Let's just do another one that uses mood. Let's go back here. Let's put a couple more in. Let's go with listless. Ambivalent. and evocative. I could write erotic, but that's not where I want to go. I could go pantomime. It's pantomime, right? Yeah. Although those two are like very specifically, like I can't use those for a person who's feeling particularly pantomime today. Let's go with confronting. Confronting's kind of interesting. Because this is what I'm thinking of doing, is like Queen is feeling particularly cute today, or sweet, or grumpy. Frazzled. I don't know. What I need to do here is just look for where I'm using mood. Yeah. Okay. What's another word for like frazzled energy? For telling the best confronting stories. I like the best ambivalent stories, it's funny. Let's go with carefree. Carefree is good. I like carefree. Let's just make them all start with C. Could do acerbic. Yeah, acerbic is kind of fun. Smelly. Let's go with smelly. Alright. Feels particularly mood today. But okay, so there's like a couple of directions I can take this in. We can say that she's feeling particularly mood today, but is trying to hide it, but is trying to embrace it, but is trying to flaunt that. You know, like what is the thing here? Mostly, I've been talking about being secretive, but I like the idea of and is like trying to own it, you know? Doing her best to own it. So let's have another think about that. She's feeling very listless today, is trying to own it. She's feeling very smelly today, is trying to own it. Very funny, scary, spooky. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I dig it. It's cool. Here you go. I don't like that, but that'll do for now. That'll probably stay in there and get shipped because I will not think of anything better to stick in there. Where do I want to go? Back here. It's stick this down here. Doink. Yeah, this is fun. This is the like. Well, I don't know if it's fun. It's probably very boring and not very interesting to watch. But this is kind of the process. So I have like a bunch of ideas. Some of them work, some of them don't, and then I'll sit down and try and work out what works, what doesn't. Sometimes it'll need a bit of iteration. Sometimes it won't. I feel a lot better about this chess one after like stepping back from it for a bit, so that's cool. Yeah. Oh, you know, I tweeted that out saying that was a bee-themed band name, but it's like Smash Moth. Is that something that bees do? Do bees smash moths? Hope not. Alright, what do we got? We got one more. Is that it? That's like 19 now? It's 19, yeah, one more, and then we'll call it a day. So what do we got? What does the queen do? What does the queen think? What does the queen feel? Yeah, here we go. Let's go with this morning. Queen had a big, long sleep in just because she can. How does that work in terms of tense? I had a big, long sleep in just because I can. Just because I could. Yeah, just because she could. There we go. Got up very early to watch Hive wake. There we go. In the dawn light. In the light of dawn. Wake as dawn crept across the land. There we go. Alright, that'll do. But I also like... stayed up all night. Keeps drifting off to sleep in her throne after staying up all night. Listening to band. Listening to Smash Mouth. She stayed up all night listening to Smash Mouth. I might change that to like playing games later. I was thinking of putting like game name substitutions in, but I don't think I'll do that on stream today. So let's get these in there. This is cool because it's gonna mean we don't want that. It's gonna mean that excuse me. You know, the queen ones are the ones that you're gonna pay the most attention to. I think they're kind of easy to see, and you've always got a throne. So statistically, they're going to show up more often or have more, you know, I think you're going to be more likely to notice them anyway. So the less they seem to repeat, the better, I think is what's going on. Did I just paste that over? I did. Okay, well that's fine. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Oh, that's weird. The way it scrolls is really weird. Alright, so this one is now what are we going to give a title for this one? This is about getting up late, sleeping in, just enjoying the self-indulgence. Oh, let's call it an earned indulgence. Yeah, I like that. That's fun. And now I'm gonna have to stick this one next to it because they're like... No, I should stick them all next to each other because they're all themed. And then maybe not. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Maybe I don't know. Do I want to risk sticking a second early bird joke in here and diluting the really good one in the slub mobster chain? I don't think so. I think I want to just leave that as something special. Spearos. What are we gonna say about the morning? Oh, sorry, birds. I'm thinking. And this happens sometimes. Like, sometimes you just draw a blank and you're like, oh no. So instead of going, well, what's the perfect thing? You're like, well, what can I put in there that can work as a placeholder that I won't be sad about if I don't fix it? And I think I'm going to say something about like the I'm just going to go with a peaceful morning. Doink. Just type that in the wrong window. It's fine. Very early, an own indulgence, and then the up all night one. Yeah, so I think this like up all night one should be like can't get enough of them. Is like the Alright, so let's run the game again. Make sure we don't have any like import problems. Never sure whether she does, and sometimes has to work at finding confidence. That's fine. Often he's good to be a king. That's fine. See, that's funny. That's funny. That works. Considering laundering honey. I'm gonna change laundering to diverting honey, and that way it's not. I don't know. Maybe it's legal. All right. What else we got? Yeah. B shoulders are small. Be Freddie Mercury. Particularly funny. Okay, that's cool. B-52s. Okay, this, instead of to listen to, this should be so that she can listen to. Are we? Breakfast, there it is. And so that she can let's reload that. Let's change that to unknown legacy. Writing confronting memoirs of characters from the fantasy land of Jellyfalls. Good times. Fancy ergonomic chairs to replace a throne, but seems more taken with the idea of wanting one than actually getting one. Yeah. Never sure whether she does class queens. Sometimes has to work on finding confidence. That's fine. Often has to fiddle with her antennae so she can pick up bees in mornings. I know. In the mornings. So that she can listen to Smash Mouth for breakfast. Is Smash Mouth one word or two words? Smash Mouth. It is two words. Good, good. It's gonna be embarrassing to get that wrong. This morning, got up very early to watch. I'm gonna change it to a peaceful sunrise. I guess. I didn't mean to reload. Good to be the king. Lower Hive Time. Listless memoirs. Listless the memoirs. Goodness. Writing the listless memoirs. That's better. An unknown legacy. Owned indulgence. As you know, these shoulders are small. Considerable amount of paperwork. Has been considering diverting Honey to quietly fund a reboot of Bee Wars The Buzz Awakens as a gritty cabaret musical with an entirely stink bug cast. Yeah, I'm digging it. It's cool. Yeah, we know that one. Yeah, that's cool. But often ends up playing against herself because she insists on making all of her pawns into queens before the start of the game. Finds she has to fiddle with her antennae before she can pick up B33 FM in the mornings. So that she can... I'm just gonna change... Okay. Where's the breakfast? Show me the breakfast. Okay, antennae in the morning so she can pick up and listen in the morning. Yeah, in the mornings before she can pick up. Yeah, that's better, I think. So let's reload again. Work through them all again. Never sure whether she does as good a job as past queens, and sometimes has to work at finding confidence. Particularly grumpy today and doing her best to own it. Chess. Peaceful sunrise. Yeah, I think that works better. Considerable amount of paperwork. They're real to me. Queen Sandra likes to spend some of her personal time writing the weird memoirs of characters from the fantasy land of Flowertop. Sandra keeps drifting off into sleep on her throne after staying up all night listening to the Beatles. Oh, I didn't look at the title. What was that? All night. Can't get enough of them. Yeah, that's fine. For fun, Queen Sandra, blah, blah, blah. That's not what I wanted. Queen's birthday. Be Freddie Mercury. Dandelions. Secretly trying to take up playing in a B-52's cover band, but doesn't want the rest of the Hive to know about it. Is that what those take up activity? Yeah, okay, sweet. Hang on, sorry, we have to come back across here for a second. I want to make sure that I get this correct. There we go. That works well enough. There we go. Silly. Wrong one. Queen Sandra sometimes wakes from nightmares muttering about dynamite with a laser beam flying her mind. Good to be a king. Sometimes Queen Sandra toys with getting one of those fancy ergonomic chairs to replace the throne, but should be chairs or stools. I think stools is funnier. Not just because stool can be poo as well, but the idea of replacing a throne with a stool is even more... Like, the idea of replacing a ceremonial throne with an ergonomic chair is absurd. The idea of replacing a ceremonial throne with a stool is also absurd. So we sort of got a 2-for-1 there, I think. I think that's where that's at. Queen Sandra finds she often has to fiddle with her antennae in the mornings before she can pick up B33 FM and listen to Kate Cicada with breakfast. So Kate Ceberano is an Australian artist, musical artist. A Kingdom for a Heart of Carapace, that one's fine. Burden of Command. For a New Generation has been considering diverting Honey to quietly fund a reboot of The Lost Bees as a gritty cabaret musical with an entirely Stinkbug cast. I don't like that the Honey icon's going to end up there, so considering diverting Honey, we can say recently Queen whatever her name is. And that should be enough that even if it's a short name, we won't end up in that situation. Let's take an evening off. Keeps drifting off to sleep after listening to the Beatles. Likes to spend some of her personal time writing the crazy memoirs of characters from the fantasy land of Ant's Nest. Feels particularly acerbic today and is doing her best to own it. Good times. You know what? We're gonna like go one further. Not just acerbic, but argumentative. There we go. Queen Sandra is never sure whether she does as good a job as past queens. Toys with getting fancy ergonomic chairs. Okay, so we have looped. Alright, that's cool. I think we're good there. I could run this through a spell checker, but I'm feeling like I want to leave on there. No, we'll do it. We'll do the thing. And to speed all of that up, strings, we will go to these dump strings, and we will just go all of you nonsense, just the vignettes, thanks. Excuse me. New Hive. Where is dump strings? Shift X. There we go. And now I can grab all that. Did I not save that? I did not save that. Let's save that. Now let's go back here and run that again. Okay, there we go. Flavored is better than plain, an accident. For quality, beautiful things, so breezy, so hot right now. Fuzzy be gone, masterpiece. Foundational wax, little treasures, peri thrust, good, but the smell, full set, can't help it, that's heavy. Serious business. Can even see the queen, buzzing sound you see. I'm just looking through these for where the ones that we care about are. Comfy but comfortsome is new. Okay, so now we're like queen, 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 queen. That's it. That's all the queen ones. Copy, paste that into something that can have a spell checker. Run a spell checker across it. We don't care about image. We don't care about res. We don't care about PNG. B52s is fine. Stinkbug is fine, I think. It's just script for stink. I will stick with whatever's consistent. Stinkbug as one word is consistent with what we've been doing. So let's ignore all of them. Let's ignore all of them. Freesia's is correct, I think. Freesia. Yeah. As far as I'm aware, you pluralized Freesia to Freesias. Yeah, that's fine. New Zealand is fine. When's... Let me see. I want to see the thing. When's the Queen's birthday again? That's fine. Anytime is fine. Stinkbugs is fine. Trench coat is fine. That's all. It's all good. See, I knew I was good. And then let's come back here and undo that. And save that. And then let's commit. What have we done in here? Oh, yeah, okay. Let's undo that too. Save that. Alright, quit. Get diff. Get status first. Oh my goodness, come on. Get diff. Scripts. We have an empty line there in debug stuff. Okay. I just, like, if there's nothing changed, I don't want to commit it. Get diff. Okay, so we have, let's stop that so that I stop getting stuff in there. Let's make a new thing. Alright, so we added a new activity substitution. Added a new aspiration substitution, added several new mood substitutions, and then we added 12 new ones, I guess. So let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 13, I guess. Added a beaker's dozen new throne vignettes. Alright. Vignette work. Let's go with throne vignette work. Git status, git add, git commit, git push. Nice. Nice. So if we take a look at the log, we've actually done a hell of a lot of work today. We've done a bunch of writing. We wrote like 13 new vignettes and made a bunch of substitutions, which means that I now have more variations on existing events. That's real big. We did the Yam Party stuff, which was quite a lot of work. And yeah, we added a whole bunch of new effects and new conditions. So yeah, did the good work. I hope that has been an interesting insight into how I approach writing the kind of stuff that Hive Time is. Obviously, if I was writing something else, it would be pretty different. But when it comes to writing humor, I find like just brainstorm real fast, throw everything at the wall, try and get a feel for what's working without being precious about anything, and then don't be afraid to iterate on it. Like the idea of and sort of humor is so difficult, right? Humor is so difficult to come up with, but often it's not too hard to assess. Like whether or not something is funny, and whether or not it's working. So sometimes you take something and you flip it on its head if it's not working, and that gives you a new perspective to look at it from. Like, and even if it is working, like stop to consider, is this better if I do something else? Is this better if I switch it round? And then which of those two things is funnier? Because I can go, all right, chair versus stool. It's not making the joke. It's not, it's not making a dramatic improvement. But I can look at it and I can go, yeah, you know what? Stool is 10% funnier than chair in that context. So we're going to go with stool. And I think if you continue to work things like that and try and consider, not just how can I change one word to make it funnier, but also when you do come up with an opportunity like that, go, hey, how does it holistically affect the thing? Does it change the pacing of the thing? Does it change the cadence and rhythm and rhyme of the thing? Because sometimes a lot of the humor can be expressed in that, or some of the power of the impact of the humor is influenced by that. So keep that stuff in mind. I'm trying to think about all of the things that I did but didn't talk about. Yeah, I think you can think about what's working and what's not. Throw a lot of ideas around. Don't be afraid to iterate, and just kind of go, yeah, look, I'm not laughing at this right now, but I know that quantifiably stool is funnier than chair. I mean, even outside of that context, stool is funnier than chair regardless. Like, just, if it's two words on their own, stool, definitely funnier than chair. No two ways about it. So, yeah, humor itself is super difficult to write. Puns are not super hard to come up with. You just kind of let your brain wander around the variations of whatever it is that you're thinking of. The hardest thing is trying to come up with, if you already have the pun and you're trying to come up with new stuff, like, trying to come up with band names. B-52s is easy, but what do you get from that? And like Smash Mouth took a long time to arrive at. because I was coming at it from the wrong direction. If I already had Smash Mouth and I'm like, haha, could I do an insect-based pun of this? Then Smash Mouth is obvious. So, like, that's a trap that you can kind of fall into as a comedy writer, I think, is to kind of go, oh, I want all my puns to be like this. I got to make a cool set of themed puns. That's making you work harder. You're better off, like, thinking about other stuff and then going, I have this thing, what can I make that's, you know, to start from the thing that you want to make a pun of, and then find the pun from there rather than going the other way around, because otherwise the starting point is where you need to start from, I think. Yeah. Also, like, what I find funny is humor is incredibly subjective, except for stool versus chair. That's subjective. But there's like, on that level, I think you can make a lot of calls where you go, yeah, stool as a word is just funnier than chair. And that's unambiguous. But there are other things about, you know, like the cadence and timing of your humor, the focus of your humor, the you know, what it is that you're doing is entirely subjective, and it's up to you to pitch to your audience. And thankfully, with Hive Time, I've come at a point where anybody who likes Hive Time's humor is my audience, so I can just kind of sidestep that. But it does mean that I still have to stay consistent with the humor that I've already established in the game. And some of it's good, some of it's bad, some of it's intentionally bad. And I don't think that, you know, if that's what you want to do, don't shy away from it, you know. Anyway, I'm just waffling about stuff. But yeah, like my writing workflow is mostly for this kind of stuff is just brainstorm lots, iterate lots, and eventually just give up and accept that some of them are going to be not so good. And don't be afraid. Like, that's the other thing with this, like, especially all of Hive Time is like this. You get to a point where, you know, we were talking about this one here, A Peaceful Sunrise, or even just the chess one. You know, I wasn't entirely confident that the chess vignette was working, but I'm like, would I be disappointed in myself if I shipped this like this and didn't update it? And the answer is no. But I thought maybe I could make it better. But if you're happy and comfortable putting in things that are good enough but still have room for improvement, you can always come back later and tweak them. But if you try to perfect whatever it is that you've got, like, at the time that you come up with it, sometimes you need a break before you can work out how to make it better, or work out whether or not it's as good as it's going to get. If you sit there and just agonize about trying to find the perfect thing, that'll just gobble up all of your time. And there were a couple of times, I think maybe you probably would have been able to see that, where I was like, what's the kind of wording that I want? And I got stuck on that and wasted a few minutes just thinking about it instead of continuing to throw ideas at the wall. But that's how it is. You know, you sort of avoid that as much as possible. Sometimes you can't get away from it, but, you know, yeah. But yeah, I mentioned earlier, hang on, what have I done? Bumped a key on a keyboard. I mentioned earlier that you kind of have stages. You're like, okay, can I quickly get up with, you know, if something immediately perfect, like House Rules here felt like the right fit. As soon as I started talking about chess and wanting to play chess in your own way, House Rules, that's the right thing to do in. It fits, it's perfect, don't need to think about it anymore. If something doesn't come to you that immediately, then you should be thinking, what can I put in that I would be comfortable with as just a, you know, if it's as a placeholder, if I don't get to update it. And then if that's not coming fast enough, then you just put in something that's a placeholder that's garbage, but conveys the kind of idea, or just write out the idea that you had. So in this case, House Rules is great. But maybe I couldn't come up with House Rules. Let's say I was just like custom rules, or I play by my own rules. Which is like, it's not perfect, but I guess it would work. And then if I can't even get that, I would be like, Yeah, custom rules would be like a thing that just, it doesn't fit, it's not good, it doesn't work, but it tells me when I come back later what it was meant to be. But house rules is the best. I'm tempted to say Hive rules, but I don't think that's an easy jump to make. I don't think that you're going to go, oh yes, that's a play on house rules. So I'll stick with house rules. Yeah. Oh, actually, one last thing. I will just check the bname suggestions thing. Let's take a look at the responses. I don't think I have any new responses. Good times. All right. Is that still accepting responses? Yeah, accepting responses. That's fine. All right. No one has submitted any new B names, I don't think. They all look familiar. So I won't bother with that. Yeah, but I was gonna say if I had a bunch of like half dozen B names to stick in, and put some new B names in. But yeah, so that's that. That's what it's like to watch me write. It's a lot slower when I'm talking. I feel like I just got maybe 2 hours worth of work done, and it's been 7 hours, maybe 3 hours. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna disappear. Thanks for watching. Hope it's been fun, and I will see you another time. Let's do the music.